already approved? No.
Yeah, that's actually a like kind. It's just a regular like kind. So it's not on the HTC at all. It's just replacing a
In other
roof.
words, Fiona, if I understand you correctly, we should just strike it,
Yes.
right? We're going to
Yeah.
remove that from consent with conditions.
Yeah. It
So
just got
I'm going to start the meeting because it's 4:01
okay.
and we have a quorum, thankfully. Thank you all for attending. So I think the first thing, welcome everyone who's listening to this meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. It's Tuesday, February 13th, the eve of Valentine's Day at 4:01. And I'm going to do a roll call vote or a roll call of all the commissioners that are present at the moment and staff. Okay. So when I mention your name, just say aye. Okay. Abby Camp.
Aye.
Thank you. Val Oliver.
Hey.
Very good. Carrie Thornwell.
Here. Aye.
Thank you. Connie Patton.
Aye.
Joe Paul.
Aye.
And this is Ray Pohl for the record. Now, as far as I can tell, Stephen and Diane are not with us at the moment, correct?
I believe that is correct. I'm looking in the queue. I don't see them. They should have received their own.
So
Oh, Steven's coming in right
the
now.
attendees list. I've tried several times to promote her to panelist and I'm getting no response. If she could hang up this call and click the link in the email she was sent by Zoom this morning, perhaps she could rejoin that way as a panelist.
That would be Diane.
Yes. Thank
That
you,
was meant
Charles.
for Diane, correct? Okay. Let Stephen Welch, I see you've joined us. Could you just say aye?
Aye.
We're just doing roll call. Thank you, Stephen. Okay, and we're hoping that Diane can disconnect and reconnect, and perhaps that will get her in. So we have everyone present with the exception of Diane at the moment. And staff, we have Holly Backus.
Present.
Thank you. And Fiona Johnson.
Present.
Very good. Thank you both. Okay, so this is a remote Zoom meeting. I want to make sure that everyone is aware that we don't want to screen share and always mute when you're not talking. And please address all questions and comments through the chair to avoid crosstalk and to allow us to create some decent minutes. With that, could I have a motion from someone to approve tonight's agenda? Now, before I get that motion, I want to make sure that people understand two things that Fiona just brought to my attention, and they are under the consent agenda, we are going to remove item number 20 because it has already been approved. So just strike that. And under consent with conditions, we're going to strike item number 1 at 14 South Mill because it is a like-kind replacement. And for those in the audience who may possibly be here to be listening in on 33 Quidnet Road pickleball, that has been placed on hold. That's item number 16 on new business of February 6th. Okay. Having said all that, could I have a motion from one of the board members to approve tonight's agenda?
I have a question, sorry.
Yes, please. Go ahead.
I want to put on the agenda
that is
for,
Val for the record.
yes, sorry, a future discussion I thought I had, and I guess I didn't follow through with it. To discuss the planning board raising the height of buildings to 40 feet. I think it's important that we weigh in on that.
I do, and I recall us discussing that. So I would like staff to place that at the beginning of next Tuesday's agenda, please, as an other business item. And it is time sensitive. Thank you, Val. Okay, everything good? Then with that, can I have a motion to approve tonight's agenda?
So moved.
Thank you. On this vote, I'm going to do the regular members, and because Diane is not with us, we're going to do a rotation beginning with Carrie. So Carrie, you're going to sit in on this motion, all right?
Yes.
Thank you. So Abby has made a motion to approve tonight's agenda. On that motion, Stephen,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, we have an approved agenda. Now let us move to our consent applications, right? Is that next? Yes, it is. Okay, the only person that needs to recuse from this, I believe, is Joe Paul, correct? And so the vote in this case would go to Connie. Can I have a motion on consent if there are no questions?
Motion to approve consent.
Okay, that was Val Oliver. On Val's motion, Stephen,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Val on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. All right, that was consent. How easy was that? Now we have 6 items under consent with conditions. I need to recuse from this, so I'm going to turn it over to Stephen.
Okay, on this one, Val, looks like you're recusing also.
Yep.
So where are we with the rotation?
The remaining members.
Stephen,
Oh, Diane's not with us. Gotcha. Okay, so
Diane's-
myself, Abby, Joe, Connie, and Carrie. What do we want to do, folks?
Motion to approve consent with conditions.
On your motion,
Mine-
Carrie?
Sorry, mine is number 1.
yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah. Well, on your
yeah.
motion,
Yes, aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
and I'm an aye.
Okay, Stephen, thank you. Now, we have an item that we are discussing
Want me to
labeled clarifying requirements for minutes. Honestly, I forget who placed it on, but whoever did, I believe I know what the issue is. So would somebody like to speak on this?
Yeah.
initially?
So, Mr. Chair, thank you. So
Thank you.
there was a time, there's been various ways minutes have been handled over the years. More recently than not, staff approvals were requiring minutes. A big part of that was because many of our staff approvals were what have been turned into Exhibit A, which is to say, anything that we're approving that requires typically any level of a high degree or mid-level or anything above a low-level degree of modification, we're working diligently to express on an Exhibit A, so it kind of streamlines that process. As a result, staff approvals are something that, in my mind, and I think I'll have support on this, are approvals that should be determined. Let me say this differently. The HDC, the commission, I do not believe should be requiring staff approvals to have minutes, because they should be of a simple nature, and that nature and the detail should be captured in the motion itself that's carefully written on the approval. Very simply, so we're relying on Exhibit A's to take some weight off staff, and by being disciplined on staff approvals being light lifting and having the text of the motion fully support what's required, I think that that's the way we should be proceeding, and we should be clarifying that to both parties involved, applicants, staff, and so on and so forth. The only thing I want to add to that is there's really no other board that relies on minutes to determine what a motion is. A motion is the motion. I think where we've historically run into potential problems is, again, if there are a variety of changes, trying to capture, modify the ridge on the north elevation, change the windows on the south elevation, shed versus gable dormers on the east elevation. we can't really capture those in a motion, so we go to the Exhibit A. So an example, and I'll wrap this up, of a motion for approval through staff would be something that is like one simple architectural change, such as south elevation dormers from shed to gable, or color change, black window sash to gray. Very, very simple. Those should be staff approval categories. Everything, and then therefore minutes are not required. That's what I wanted to say at this point. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Stephen, thank you. So I would invite comments from any of the commissioners, but I would also invite comments from staff, seeing as this is sort of falling to them. Comments, anybody?
I'll say something. I agree with Stephen. It just is starting to become a boondoggle for people who were trying to file for permits. So I think that was well put.
Okay. And I agree. I will just say that as somebody who's working at this. Fiona, Holly, is there anything about this that you've would take issue with? Speaking for the staff in general.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you for the opportunity. As somebody who reviews pretty much 99% of the staff approvals, I can tell you that the Exhibit A's are helpful. However, I can say that having minutes that are also sometimes clarifies, because go back to the point of what Stephen said, there have been some instances, and maybe this is just a hiccup in the process of creating the staff approvals, but we have had where there's a discongruent, I guess, between the what's been written on the COA versus what is written on the actual exhibit itself. And I have had to go to a couple of the commissioners who made that motion, who wrote the exhibit out, and say, hey, look, this is what we've had here, this is what's been submitted, and this is how I see it. I understand the intention, especially of our of how everything's been going. I will say this, that we did receive a public comment. I don't know if you're taking public comments, but I do want to mention that I did forward that on to you all. And town administration did want me to let you know that, what was requested is a little bit burdensome and not a requirement of open meeting law. And that was a recommendation of having the link to each motion within the Zoom and all that. That's just too burdensome for our town minutes taker. And on that note, I'm hoping the town minutes taker can also work on this a little bit more for us. I understand that there's been a few weeks now of not having minutes. So I will say that Exhibit A's have been very helpful because in the past there have been a disconnect between what was written on the COA versus what the minute said. But having the Exhibit A has been helpful. So I do want to thank the commission for that process.
Thank you, Holly. And so it sounds like you're not opposed to Stephen's proposal, but that if we are doing an Exhibit A, it should really square with the certificate.
Yes, sir. As Stephen likes to say, be succinct. Right. I think that the motion and the what's indicated in the COA, as well as written on the exhibit, needs to be succinct to make it very, very clear what exactly is being asked of the applicant.
Okay. Thank you, Holly. Stephen has his hand raised. Yes, Stephen.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I just want to kind of put an exclamation point on this conversation. I think it's incumbent upon the person who makes the motion to confirm, and thankfully rarely are we doing Zoom, but I'll bring up Zoom in my comment here. I think it's incumbent upon the person who makes the motion to confirm by writing it there at the table that it's accurate and hopefully succinct. And by accurate, I mean what they say and what they voted is what's recorded. Number two, I think in the rare instances that we are having a meeting via Zoom, that you all who make a motion, you need to get into the office and verify that that motion's being recorded, or jot down your motions and go into the office and write them down. It's not a big lift if, I think it's not a big lift. I think we certainly need to make an exception with Diane. There's no one is suggesting that someone be in some way prevented from making motions. But, you know, that's an exception to kind of the rule with the number of members. So that's something that we could work out, where there's a designated pitcher, a designated hitter. And, you know, I'm happy to write Diane's motions, or we have somebody who's a backstop to that. I think that that's pretty much it, other than I just want to suggest the motion for the Exhibit A is really the Exhibit A. And the motion for the, so anything that gets recorded needs to be on the Exhibit A, needs to be very clear. And obviously motions that are staff approval revert to the comments I just made. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, got it. So basically, I think, Stephen, if I were to
Bring it down.
paraphrase what you just said, when we create an Exhibit A, that is the document. We're voting on that document, the Exhibit A, correct? Whatever is contained within the Exhibit A is our approval, correct?
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. So I do want to vote on this so that we can have a clear sense of direction.
Chairman, can I ask a question?
Yes, of course, Carrie. Thank you.
All right. So I'm considering the process part of it, because now the applicant doesn't have the Exhibit A in their possession. Usually they would have the minutes to look at to make the revisions necessary for the staff approval. So now it's on them to go into the office, pull the file, talk to Holly, do something to get the file, and look at the application, the COA, what the notes are, and the Exhibit A. So just so everybody knows, that's the process, so that you can go and do the staff approval changes and bring them in. Since there are no minutes to pull up online, they need to do that.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Stephen.
I just want to clarify, that's absolutely not what I'm suggesting.
Well, what would be the process then,
Carrie,
Steve?
please, let me.
Hang on, Carrie.
You're kind of reading into this, and I just want to clarify. The minutes are the minutes are the minutes. What I'm suggesting is that a staff approval needs to be recorded accurately on the COA so that staff can rely on the recorded text on the COA for staff approval. I'm also suggesting, as a matter of good practice, or perhaps best practice, that the Exhibit A needs to accurately reflect what the motion is. And therefore staff can rely on the Exhibit A. Part of the problem we're having is minutes are being late again. It's got nothing to do with, you know, the way our HCC staff are processing things. And I wouldn't necessarily even lay it at the person who's doing the minutes. There's various things going on with the volume of minutes being taken care of. My understanding is people are being asked to generate their own minutes. I don't understand how that works. The official minutes are the official minutes. So I just want to add that. So again, there's no change to the underlying process. I do want to give an example because Carrie asked or brought it up.
Mm.
You get an Exhibit A, you go up to the desk at the meeting, there can be a little pile of them on one side. You take it, you snap a picture of it, you take it to your office. Done. You want the staff approval information, you go to the same desk, there's another little basket with staff approvals, you take a picture of the front of the COA. Done. No more of this complicated things with minutes, especially when we're then sometimes we're relying on applicants to provide their own minutes as opposed to an official record, which is the final version of the minutes that have been reviewed and approved by the commission. So Yeah, I'm not suggesting any changes other than to simplify and make the process more accurate in the end result. Thank you.
Okay, Stephen, thank you. Holly, you're first, and then Carrie, I see you have your hand up as well. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to emphasize, I've been telling folks that, when we're meeting in person, if you all make a motion through Exhibit A, you can come right up to the desk, take a picture of it, as Stephen had said. Also, in other instances when Joe is the one that is drafting the exhibit, he is graciously sending that via email to staff. So then we have a digital record of that Exhibit A. The agent can then actually contact me, and I can, staff can email that. That is not a problem. That's a few and far between thing, but it is not up to staff to provide it to the agent. We would really recommend having the agent come into the office if they don't take a snapshot at the meeting.
Okay, Holly, thank you. Carrie, you're next. And I see Abby, you have your hand raised as well.
Yeah, I think Stephen and I are saying the same thing. It's on the applicant to get a hold of the COA and the Exhibit A, whether it's a snapshot or they have to go in, but the minutes themselves are not required when you take in that staff approval. That's
That's correct.
bottom line. Okay, thank you.
Yes. Abby.
I was wondering if say you're not in the audience and you're on Zoom and you get the Exhibit A or the staff approval. So then they have to go in to the office. I mean, say they're off island or something. Then how do they get that?
Are we talking about an applicant?
Yeah. An applicant that's not in the room. And they get,
You want me to address that, Mr. Chair?
Well, I think I might be able to. So like right now, nobody's in the room. We're all in different rooms. And so if I, for example, got an approval tonight, I would need to send somebody down tomorrow to the office to look at the Exhibit A, the hard copy, and
right. I'm
photograph.
just wondering, what if you don't have an architectural office? What if you're just like my sister-in-law has an application and she's like, she can't seem to get it done.
It's in.
It's in. Thank you, Val. But I just think, if you don't have someone running, if you're just a applicant off island, it seems sort of burdensome.
Okay. Val, I know your hand is raised, but I think Holly wants to address Abby's comment, I believe. Is that correct, Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I just wanted to mention, just like any other agent that is off island that needs an actual COA application, they contact staff and they say, I'd like, to get a copy of that. And usually we put it in the mail. I mean, that is done. And then again, if anything is done digitally by one of the commissioners, and that's also helpful, we can just forward it along.
Okay, Abby?
Yeah, I got it. Thanks. I'll pass that on.
All right. Thank you. And Val, you have your hand raised.
Not to muddy the waters, not related to staff, but I think we sort of had people doing minutes to resubmit for old business.
That's
because
right.
Minutes were taking so long. That's how I understood it. And so it was just really an outline.
Yeah, and I don't think that those minutes, quote unquote, that were created by the applicant are memorialized in the official minutes. They're just simply a reference for the people that are trying to pick up on an application that was reviewed like 3 months ago, and they've all forgotten, what exactly was said by whom. But we can't really make those official because that would be like, the applicant policing him or herself. But I get it. Let's see. Stephen, Holly, you both have your hands raised. Stephen.
Yeah, and then I'll make a motion after Holly speaks, if you're ready for it. So resubmissions, I just want to remind everyone, the only time an applicant submits minutes or their version of them is when we make a motion as part of the motion for revisions. They're not required to be submitting minutes. So I just wanted to,
Yeah,
that was the decision we made.
good point, and that is correct. That's what we voted, is that if we as a board need to see minutes on something because it's a fairly complicated application, we will request that. Yes, Stephen. Thank you. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to emphasize that when people write their own quote unquote minutes, that has been to assist in the process for old business. They have not been memorialized, the official minutes or the official minutes. But I did want to make a point that it sounds like if the commission is so inclined to approve anything through staff, it's going to be with a detailed Exhibit A, none of the just do X, Y, and Z where minutes are going to be needed, only unless you all make that motion within your motion for minutes. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying.
All right. Okay, so it's regular board plus Connie on this vote.
Want the motion?
Yes.
Okay, so on this day, February decreed, blah, blah, blah. Going forward, Exhibit A records the motion. Staff approvals, let me back up. Exhibit A revisions are recorded on the Exhibit A. That is the motion. Staff approval motions and requirements are recorded on the COA. Obviously, they both need to be accurate. So that's part one. Part two. Part three is a two-parter. Minutes are required for revisions subject only to the commission's request, A, and B, minutes are required for approvals subject only to the commission's request.
Okay. That is your motion.
It is. Half an hour
Okay.
later.
What's up?
Nothing, I'm sorry. Long day.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's Stephen's motion. On Stephen's motion, Abby.
I'm an aye.
Thank you. Val.
Aye.
Very good. Connie.
Aye.
Great. Stephen on your motion.
Okay, I'm an aye.
All right. Begrudgingly, right? Okay. And I'm in favor too. Thanks for the lively discussion, folks. Okay. So that's that. And now we have a couple of signs to review. Who's going to lead us through the signs?
I will, Mr. Chair, but I did want to make a point that Diane is actually in the panelist section with the rest of us now.
Oh, she's with us. Okay.
She
So
is.
let the record reflect that Diane has joined us. Diane, just to make sure that we can hear you, can you just say that you're there?
I'm here.
All right. Thank you. Okay. Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, we have we have everybody. Okay. Signs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the Sign Advisory Council met today. Items 1 and 2 for 5 Macy's Lane, approve both signs, subject to all unapproved signs being removed within 30 days of stamped approval. And sign 2 to have updated dimensional sheet included in stamped approval.
Would we be able to word, those were obviously sign advisory comments. Would we be able to word it in the normal way that items 1 and 2 are approved as per sign advisory comments?
Yes, sir.
Simplify. Okay. Is somebody willing to make that motion?
I'll make that motion.
Okay, that was Val. On Val's motion, Stephen,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Val on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, that was the first two. How about the third one?
Item number 3 at 130 Pleasant Street, motion to approve as a recommendation.
Straight up.
Straight up. Yes, sir.
Very good. Can I have a motion?
I'll make that motion again.
All right, Val, thank you. On that motion, Stephen,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Al,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Very good. Signs are over. New business, one item of January 9th, 25 Willard. Do we have Matthew? Matthew? Let's see. Is he in the queue?
Mr. Chair, there's a note on it that is this hold 0206, but it's past 0206.
Mr. Chair, if I may, that's an old note. I just brought in, I think, Matt. Yep, Matt's here.
Okay.
There he is.
I was in the queue there.
Okay. Well, now you're live
Can you see me?
on national TV. Yep, we can see you just fine. Okay, Matt, 25 Willard Street. Let's
Okay.
see if we can get some visuals.
Okay. Am I sharing or is the staff?
Well, generally we prefer if the applicant screen shares because then they can sort of walk us through so we're not all over the map.
Do that.
All right.
Thank you, Matt.
Good.
So let's see here. So okay, so we're here for three things. One is probably the biggest is replacing the existing windows to SDL wood windows to match the existing Mutton profile. The other two are items are fenestration changes. So you can see on the south elevation here, we were looking to let me just do my annotate. Can you annotate with this or no? You can't really tell.
I have no idea.
Yeah,
I
you're in
believe you
Adobe,
can.
you're in Adobe, Matt.
Well, yeah, I could do, but this is the town's version, so I can't muck it up. But you can see my arrow, my pointer, my arrow, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Cool. So we previously had some French doors here and here on the south elevation, and we're looking to just omit those. We wanted to change the you can see these here in the 1/8" version. They're kind of narrow, double sets of French doors, really narrow, and they're set pretty far back below this porch. And again, I don't think this is visible. The other request was to change these double kitchen windows to a triple. I've actually since heard from the interior designer that they prefer the double, so not to confuse things, these could stay the way they are. The third element was we did have these brick piers placed intermittently throughout the skirting. Now, the original structure did not have those. And in terms of like detailing them out and deterioration over time, we'd like to just omit them and keep it the way that it was originally and omit those. So it's really three things: is those minor fenestration changes in the south elevation, the omission of the brick piers, which again were not part of the original design prior to the renovation, and three, the changing of replacing the windows with SDLs. Now, Holly, just as I stepped up to the microphone last week, shared the additional historic research that her and her team or coworkers had done, which and I had a chance to review it. And it does appear that this structure likely was previously located on Hulbert Ave. I guess it was, and then the date that they've come up with is like 1881, 1882. And then around 1923, it was moved to this site, which is great. I mean, the good news is we're not really doing dramatic, renovations to this structure. We're doing additions, which is, part of the vernacular, if you will. It is interesting that the structure is that old. It's still, just having been familiar with the framing, it's a little surprising, but again, I don't really want to question that or get into that. The reality is that the windows that we're looking to replace are definitely not from 1881. The owner had actually asked Linda for some help, and so she actually submitted a series of photographs of all the windows and doors, which were included in our packet. And so I think that while the house might be from 1881 or 1882. The windows certainly are not. And so we think that replacing the windows with a consistent wood profile, consistent mutton profile with the exact dimensions of the existing windows would be appropriate. And, you know, one of the things that we're doing here is these houses are living antiques in a lot of ways. And one of the things that does have to change are, you know, windows. I equate them again to tires on an antique car. You know, these are not museum pieces. And I think in order to condition them for another 150 years, I think these are some of the things we have to change. So it's a functioning residence, which is the goal. If there are particular ones with transom dormers, for example, that you know, these two transom dormers, like those are windows that we could probably keep if it made sense to the board. But with that, in the interest of everyone's time, I'll stop there and look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Matt. Next to Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'd assume the commission has received the updated draft Form B. This happens to be within our survey area. Again, this is why updating our historic cultural resources is important and why we continue to request federal funding to do so as a CLG. So yes, this is Salt Air. As you know, it was originally built in 1881, 1882 by the builder James H. Gibbs. He was actually a builder well known at that time. And then the Constable family in 1938 moved it from 45 Hulbert to its current location. All the supporting documentation was provided to you all, and actually has been provided to our consultants, to our architectural historians, to update that HDC survey. It's a great fun experience to see how these actually get updated appropriately. So you all did with the very appropriate addition that Matt did, and you all approved the addition to have SDL windows, but all the rest of the windows on the main block, which was the actual structure that was moved, because when they advertised it to move to this current location, they actually indicated the dimensions, which is pretty cool. So we know the main block is the main section that was moved to this location. The window survey that was previously done last year was to retain the existing windows, and then the proposed addition to have the SDLs. I think the changes to this historic structure have been sensitive in time and in nature, and retain those TDLs. The SDLs, I understand trying to come up to compliance, and I do understand what Matt's point on how equating windows to tires, but I do think it's important to take into consideration that these structures were, for the most part, also built, retaining the humidity and temperature and all that actually comes into being when it comes to windows. I get it. I do appreciate the changes to the south elevation to omit the triple gang. I think the double gang, I think I said it before, be more appropriate. And the piers, understanding that this existing structure as it has stood, the skirting, which was historically there, it was elevated only, I think, a couple of feet originally, and then of course it's being elevated due to a FEMA flood. You all have an elevation certificate on file. You all approved it with the piers, even though they were not original to the structure, but it grounded the structure. And I have to remind the commission that that's also something that's recommended within your adopted design guidelines, building with Nantucket in mind, resilient Nantucket, making sure that these structures are still, meeting the FEMA compliance, but at the same time, being built with Nantucket's mind. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Holly, thank you. Do we have Mickey on?
He was.
He was on?
Yeah.
I didn't see any minutes or any notes from them at all.
He's still there. He's got his hand up. Mickey, you're muted. Sorry, Mr. Chair.
No, I don't see him, so yeah, it's good to know that he's Mickey-
here. I just moved him over.
Good. Mickey, are you unmuted?
Okay,
Up,
I'm
there
in.
we are. Gotcha.
Thank you. It took a while to get in. Okay, thanks. So my only comments are similar to Holly's. What we always say about these trying to replace old windows with new ones is they're old and historic, and they, the old, original building should maintain its historic windows. These are probably 80 or 90 or maybe 100 years old. I think they should remain in the building. As far as the piers go, again, the same as Holly. Yes, the original building didn't have the brick piers, but it was much lower too. And the difference when you raise this up at this height is pretty considerable. I think it tends to look kind of modern and just isn't grounded, as Holly said. So I would definitely suggest retaining the brick piers. Thank you.
Okay, Mickey, thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak on this before I turn it over to the board, which will be the regular board? Okay. Okay, comments from the regular board. Who would like to begin?
Could I ask just a question?
Yeah, of course.
Well, so we have another project like this down over there for Luke, and we had to go see the LePage, I think it was. I was just wondering,
yeah.
So we had to go down there and see what we thought of those. What is the manufacturer of these, and how historic will they look if they were to be okayed?
I think we're still looking at a few manufacturers, but we would match the mutton profile to what's there.
Okay.
So there would be basically a like kind replacement.
I'm going to do a follow-up on that, on Abby's question. What the LePage demonstration that took place a week or two ago was informative to me because it wasn't just the mutton profile. It had to do with the thickness of the sash. It had to do with the thickness of the stop, on the exterior sash. So different manufacturers do those things in different ways, and I've noticed over the years that they tend to be getting thicker and thicker. I think because of wind considerations and all that. So when we talk about a quote unquote like kind, my own view is that like kind would not include just the thickness of the mutton. It would include the thickness of, or the width of the sash itself, and of the jamb and the associated tracks, the stops.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, that was just a comment. Abby, do you want to continue, or
Yeah, can I just say on that topic, because this is going to come up again and again and again. I just want to get it straight in my head how I feel about it. But I thought the guy that brought in the LePage said that the sash muntins could be thinner, and that the side, those, I guess it's the stops, how they look so heavy on that example he came in. I think he said, and we'll have to go back to the minutes, but I think he said those could also be modified to be thinner.
He did say that.
Okay, so that's, I just want to make sure I'm voting on something that I think is at least historic looking. Okay, so that's my question. Thank you.
Okay.
We could provide, Mr. Chair, we can provide the sample if there is a an approval. But one of the ones we're looking at right now, Green Mountain, which does have a really nice profile.
Right.
I just know that they're looking at that, and I think one other. But I would say Green Mountain or equal, if that's appropriate.
Okay. Unfortunately, we're all on Zoom, as we've probably noticed. So it's not as easy to see a sample, but let's see how this goes, Matthew. All right.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Linda has her hand raised.
Linda.
And I've unmuted her. Floor is
This is
yours.
new. Can you hear me?
Yep.
It's so this whole little shebang here is new to me. I couldn't even figure out how to get into it. Other people are having trouble when Steve Thoreau's stuff comes up just as a future. He has no internet out there, and Tom never, so I'm handling both of his. I did the window survey. I gave you a ton of pictures. I hope you all looked at them. Not all these windows are original. In fact, you're removing several of them on the south side for the new addition. But not all of them are the original windows. There have been some Broscos and some vinyl tracks and other stuff in this building. So to say that they're original from when it was constructed, and I looked at the aerials from the 1880s and 1890s, and the building is not there. And I followed it all the way through on the aerials. So it says 1920 something on the GIS, but I looked for it on its original location because I'm the one who took the building down and put up the building on the original location before it was moved over to Willard. And I did the history on that to get it over to Willard, to follow that structure. And I couldn't find it. I looked at all the aerials. I put them in my computer. I don't know how to share. Either way, but I have seen the LePage, the correct LePage, and it was shown to me today. And they do have a Nantucket profile, and that thick, heavy frame that we saw last week at the meeting or 2 weeks ago is not the frame that I saw. It's a much thinner frame like the regular frames of Boston Sash, Green Mountain, and Marvin. And it does have a Nantucket profile. So I'd ask you to take a look at that window, and the structure is far enough from the street that you really can't tell again that these are going to be double pane wood windows. At least we get rid of the triple tracks, because half the triple tracks in this structure don't work at all if they're on the building, and some of them are missing half the sash. So that's all I have to add to this.
Okay, thank you.
This is very similar to my building that you gave me, these windows, not those, Boston Sash, double pane over there on the corner of East Lincoln last month. When we're redoing that, we were rebuilding the odd windows, the diamond windows, but you gave me those windows there and not just the town building. I know you don't like to use that as a precedent, but you've given me these windows down there a couple of times. So that's my input on this.
Thank you, Linda. Now, who from the board would like to speak on this? Thank you, Stephen.
Okay, so Matt, through the chair, I definitely want to see a sample. This structure is of significance, and that's appropriate. Number one, I don't have a concern with the fenestration changes otherwise. Number two, I think the brick piers need to stay. Foundation planning trends come and go. 1 year it's austere, 1 year it's like over the top. I think we need to have the brick piers. They do ground the building. They provide a sense of structure versus a structural set of structural elements that are traditional, much like columns, as opposed to what we have now, which is like a platform. Those are my comments. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Stephen, thank you.
I'll go.
Yes, Diane.
I agree with about the post in the skirt. It definitely should be back there. It's needed to, as both Holly and Steve said, to place it, bring it down, and do that. I don't know if this was built in 1800s, 1890, in that vicinity. I wouldn't think probably, and down there, that the windows would last. But
yeah.
Do we have a window schedule that says how many and what their age is, or is it
You mean a window survey, I think.
Yeah, with Windows survey.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So Diane, we did provide, and that's actually what Linda did. She took photographs of every window inside and out. And if you look at the photographs, you can tell which ones have vinyl, interiors. And I mean, I agree with you 100%. There was no window in this structure that I thought was from 1880. And there are a number of replacements in there, but we do have photographs of every window.
Okay.
Right, I saw those photographs, but it's on
And the
my
survey.
iPad.
I think the survey form is also filled out as well.
Yeah, if if they're like, I don't know whether you can pick and choose. How similar are they going to be? Do you have to do every window in the house or
That-
only certain windows?
That would be through you, Mr. Chair, that would be the preference, Diane, to have a really consistent language and then also avoid the need for any triple track aluminum storms. I think that the structure would read, ironically more historically accurate with the absence of the triple track storms and have a very consistent, mutton profile based on the original window light configuration and overall dimension.
Okay. Thank you, Matt.
Okay,
Diane.
is there, if you pick this company out, can we see the one I saw, I get, however many weeks ago was that heavy brown, heavy one? Can we see
Yeah, no,
one?
Yeah,
Yeah,
the one that we're the two that we're honing in on are Green Mountain and then Boston Sash. And again, that was primarily based on the historic accuracy of their mutton profile and the jam, which we
right.
can definitely bring in a sample of
Okay.
either one or both.
Diane.
Yeah. Okay. No, I just think the windows are important because they're all going to be all around. So best to pick out something that we know and can see. I appreciate the 3 windows going back to 2, and I don't have a major problem with anything else. I think it fits in its little place there. I think the only thing that concerns us is the windows as we try and get them as original as we can. We are asked to get them as original as we can or repair them if they're repairable and are age-wise correct for the building. So I'd go anyway. I'd just like to see one that is chosen.
I can get
Okay.
a sample.
Stop. Diane, thank you. Abby, Val.
I agree with a lot of what's been said. I just have concerns about only accepting a few brands of windows as appropriate. And if that's the case, we need to post that somewhere because there's a significant difference in cost to people and everybody's trying to be energy efficient. And as I understand it, these total renovations, unless there's a historic determination, have to comply with a ridiculous energy code.
There, Mr. Chair, may I
Yeah.
mention on that? You all did approve a historic determination on this building. So I just want to mention that that's there. They, that can be exempt. So thank you.
Right. But what if somebody, well, that's for another time. If it's going to be a year-round house, how does that work for them?
What?
Just asking.
How does?
Oh, if it's not energy compliant, I think that the building department will basically issue a building permit to not comply with the energy code if you have a historic determination in place. Energy efficiency wise, yeah, you're going to be spending a lot of money on your heating bills. Our particular rationale here is that that the windows are not all original. A lot of them have been replaced in the last 25, 30 years. And then also finally, and most importantly, is that the omission of the triple track storm will be a more consistent architectural detail.
Okay. Matthew, thanks. Val, did you have anything else to say or are you good?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Abby.
On this one, I think I'm going with the Green Mountain windows, consistent and throughout and the keeping the brick pilings, I think gives it a little character, a little history. And I think this building is far enough away and it's sort of off on its own. I think it might be a really good place to see what this would look like in that area. So those are my thoughts. Thanks.
Okay. Abby, thank you. So one thing I just want to point out to the board is sort of along the lines of what Val was just talking about. We as a board should not, cannot recommend certain windows over other windows. What we can do is we can approve of a window that conforms to the detailing that's appropriate for this neighborhood and this context. So it may be Green Mountain, it may be Marvin, it may be whatever, but so we have to really be careful about like this window is approvable, this window's not. It all has to depend on the detailing. So my comments are relatively simple. One, I agree on the pier, the bringing back of the piers, and all I would need to see, whatever brand it happens to be, is the details through the jamb and through the sill of the window that you propose. And then I'll be able to see the size of the mutton, the sash, and the stop, and know whether it's in line with what's there historically. That's it for me. Should we move this one in some way?
I'll make a motion.
Yes, Stephen.
I have one other comment though, Mr. Chair.
Yep.
I want to make part of the motion that the height on this is the minimum required design flood elevation per 780 CMR.
Right.
Which is of course our building code, just to make sure that we're clearly telegraphing that that's our standard, is that it's not above the minimum design flood elevation.
Okay.
So the motion would be with that new point, specific conditions. Number one would be the elevation would be first floor elevation no higher than the minimum required design flood elevation per 780 CMR. That the piers would not be removed. It will be required. And an image of the proposed windows in their totality shall be reviewed by the chair and approved prior to issuance of the COA.
Okay, that's your motion, Stephen?
It is. And I just want to comment, I will, if it passes, go into the office tomorrow and write that up on the COA.
Very good. Okay, so there's Stephen's motion. On Stephen's motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, Matthew, there you go.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Let's see. Now we're off to 33 Quidnet. Now, this is not the 33 Quidnet pickleball court. This is a color change. Do we have somebody from workshop?
Oh.
I'm looking, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, no, I understand.
We have Andrew. Sorry, I just accepted him over
Very good.
to participant. Sorry, I'm doing this on an iPad, so my apologies.
Mr. Chair, I'm here.
All
There
right,
it is.
Andrew, hi.
Sorry it took me a while to come in. I think I'm far away, so it took a while to send the pulsating messaging to Zoom.
Through the pink string.
Through the pink string. So I wanted to start. I want to start out with a few things. One, I understand in the last meeting there were some comments about us not showing up for applications, and I want to apologize for that. And I will do my best moving forward to make sure we show up and we're on the agenda. Two, I understand as we begin to talk about this application that it is in fact an as-built change, meaning the windows are already installed. And if we have to, pay the penalty on that, I've tried to in the past 28 years to not make a practice of as-built changes, but this one got by. So, I understand that we don't like to do that at the HDC. So I just want to start with that, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks. Although we like it when you don't show up because it makes our meetings go faster.
Oh, sure. Okay. Well, I'll make note of that in the future.
Okay, so again, regular board. Tell us about the color change.
So we had submitted a supplement. I think there was some spirited conversation last week at the meeting that I'm sorry I missed about the fact that black windows in this portion of Quidnet is not something that's super common, and that the board had just some potential concerns about that. One of the things that we had stressed when we were originally getting the approval for this house is that from the street, there's absolutely no visibility from this project at all. The only visibility is from the water from Quidnet Pond. And in fact, we submitted an image context document that shows that 2 out of the 3 abutters actually have black windows and natural trim on them in Quidnet. So I'm not sure that supports our case that much, but that file was submitted. Holly, I can share my screen if you want and show that document.
Yeah.
Can I do that if
You
I
can
share?
you can do that.
It says share. You
Now
cannot
you can
share
share.
screen.
You
Okay.
can share now.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
I don't see it on the list anyway.
Our agenda?
Yeah, the links to the stuff.
So this is the document I submitted that shows this is we flew a drone, took pictures from the water, obviously. This is the house in question, which coincidentally, when we were originally applying to get this house approved, the board had suggested we do natural trim. I had pushed really hard because at the time the client wanted painted trim. So that's how this as-built change became sort of a mess, which again, I apologize for. So this structure here has a natural trim and black windows at 3 Beacon Lane. And then across the street at 34 Quidnet, the house also. So here's our site, and here's the house across the street. Obviously doesn't have any visibility either, has black windows with what I believe is natural trim as well. So I'm not sure that helps our case at all. The structure that is next door has natural trim with gray sash, and then the home that was removed on our site had natural trim with brown sash. It had triple track storms. So again, I'm hopeful that the board did go potentially walk or drive by and see that the house really has no visibility at all from the street or from some of the walking paths. It only has some visibility clear visibility from the pond. So that's what I have to share, Mr. Chair.
Matthew? Not Matthew, sorry, Andrew.
Yep.
What color did we approve? Gray?
We approved painted gray sash with painted gray trim.
That's
That's what was approved. Yep.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Board members? Regular board comments?
I'll go, Mr.
Yeah.
Can wait.
Val, I think that was you, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say you can see it from the road when you're not zooming by in a car. But I surmise that in a darker color rather than white is, I guess, a better situation given its rural context. But yes, it can be seen.
Okay. Thank
I-
you. Stephen,
I-
I think Stephen was about to chime in, so
Oh.
I chose Val first. I'll get to you next.
Yeah,
Stephen,
that's all right.
I know we're not playing point counterpoint this evening, but Andrew, can you address the distance the structure is from the street?
I believe it's probably around 1,500 feet back
Okay, my point
down the
being,
driveway.
my point being is that when I looked at it, the shadow and the glass read make the whole assembly read as one kind of dark element. So given the distance from the street and the limited visibility, I'm okay with it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Stephen, thank you. Diane.
My thought way back then and driving by the buildings out there is that I just thought that there seemed to be a whole collection of houses with the black trim and stuff in the same area. And so that's why I thought to mix it up a little bit, because that area seems to be quite original, and to have three major houses, as Andrew mentioned, all the same coloring might be better just to have a darker, have this color, but just not the same color as the other houses right next to it. That's all why I mentioned it last time.
Okay, Diane, thank you. Abby.
Yeah, so, sorry, I've got to answer fast because these dogs are barking. I think I'm gonna be okay with it, but I like Diane, I don't want to see a cluster of like black sashes. I think it's a little harsh for Quidnet. So I think we have to think about the neighborhood in general when we're talking about colors, because I think it really affects the streetscape. So I think I'd be okay. Thank you.
All right, Abby, thanks. The only thing I have to add, I'm totally okay with this for the simple reason that a dark sash is going to be less conspicuous in a very low context than a light white sash. So I actually appreciate it. Gray would be great too, but I don't think that black is objectionable. I'm going to leave it at that. So it sounds like we have support. Oh, the other thing I did want to say is there's actually two applications up. And I'm hoping that if we move one, the other one will move in the same direction, because we don't want to have two buildings that have two different colors on them on the same piece of property. One is for a studio, one is for the main house.
We
I'll make
could
that motion to extend to the studio.
get right.
Sorry. Sorry, I think I lost you all for a second, Mr. Chair. Yeah, there's two. The garage studio is the same application.
You're down as well, yeah, it's the same
Yeah.
application, meaning same color change, but it's
Correct.
two separate applications, and I want to make sure the board is okay with both of them, because if they're not okay
Yep.
with both of them, then we really have to think about it.
I'll
Understood.
extend that motion to include the next application.
Okay, so Abby, I believe your motion was to approve the color change for both buildings, correct?
Correct.
All right, so there is Abby's motion. On Abby's motion, Val. Did we lose Val?
Aye.
Oh,
Aye.
there's Val. There's a, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you. Stephen.
Aye.
Abby.
I'm an aye.
And I'm in favor too. Okay, there you go, Andrew.
I'm gonna-
Thank you all very much. I'll see you
Okay.
hopefully 10 minutes.
Can
Okay.
Carrie step in for me for the new business?
Sure.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Well, I'm
Right
gonna
back.
obey the rotation, which I think might be to Carrie. I'm pretty sure that it is.
Oh, I forgot.
We did Connie. Yeah, Carrie, you're next up. And so we're on to new business of January 23rd. First up, Jesse Dutra, our former board member. Is Jesse with us?
This confused me because the application was
Yes.
for a driveway.
Yeah.
He has his hand raised. I'm gonna let him come in and unmute him.
Jesse, are you unmuted?
Okay, I'm here.
There you
There we go.
Okay. So Jesse, I don't know whether you heard, you have the regular board without Abby and with Carrie.
Great. Yeah, I don't know why the application says pool and hardscape. It's just a driveway expansion.
Oh, okay.
Parking, driveway
Good to
park.
know, good to know. So
Good to see everybody.
Good to see you too. So you're just putting down this gravel? Is that?
Yeah, yeah. Just widening it so it's a double car parking.
No, okay. So to be clear, we're not going to have two different materials. It says that the whole drive will be redone in the same material, which is that gray gravel, correct?
Right. Yeah.
And what's the walkway up to the house? Is that gravel? I can't really tell.
As of right now, it is. I mean, we can do whatever you want.
Well, I'm just asking, just so that we get a full picture of,
Yeah.
like, okay. That's it, right, Jesse?
Yep.
Comments?
I was just confused by the listing on
Yeah.
but I do have a question for Jesse. Is it going to have an apron that cuts across the sidewalk? And what will that be?
That's a good question. Whatever the current, I guess the gravel as well, or we could do whatever you want. Right now it's gravel, so I would just keep it as gravel unless requested otherwise.
I was just asking because I think driveway
Aprons
the regulations with the DPW will need to know that. Yeah,
Okay.
thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Val. Who's next? Holly had her hand raised. Sorry. Holly, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to mention that I think as the way that Jesse has it now, without going across the existing apron staying put, he's just adding additional spot to park on. I wouldn't recommend messing with the pre-existing apron. And I will nod to Mr. Welch, who is a member on the planning board, because that's a zoning board. I mean, a zoning requirement of having an apron, but I don't think it's necessary to increase that. He's including that and maybe it'd be better to have an actual site plan to lay it out, but he's including the final width is going to be 20 feet wide by 35 feet tall, long. You turn in and go over to that spot instead of increasing the width of the apron. I wouldn't think that's necessary, but that's just my planner recommendation. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Who's next?
Well, I'll go.
Thank you, Diane.
This is a corner lot. Bailey and Seafox, but and that's a huge driveway, and there's, as you can see, there's very little planting around it, and it makes this for a sort of a barren spot on Bailey when you're coming up and turning into Seafox. I was wondering if we do, I know what you're talking about, Holly. I was going to question that myself there. And if something could be done, I don't know, you don't want to change the apron entrance, maybe just round that piece of grass off a little bit that you see, so it fits in along the street and the other driveways the way they come down. And I can't say please plant something. It's sort of an open barren spot to two busy streets, and I thought 20 feet was very wide. I didn't know that the cars were 10 feet wide so much. And 35, I guess, because there's going to be a truck or two, and the truck seems to be taking up that space that they show you a picture of. So that's all I've got to say. It does not fit in with the area, but that's up to everybody.
Okay. Diane, thank you. Stephen Carey.
I'll go. I have no problem with this.
That was easy.
Yeah,
Ste- yeah, okay. Stephen,
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. So just on the whole zoning thing, I think it's 13921 addresses the need for landscaping and so on and so forth. I believe that this meets the width. I think it's 20, the maximum width without a special permit. And however, it's a little long. So typically there's an apron associated with it and that has a flare and it's much more attractive. So I would suggest that this be, anything gets approved is obviously approved, subject to being in conformance with the zoning bylaw. I mentioned that specifically because typically review doesn't trigger unless you're going in for a new building permit. So that won't come up, but we have an opportunity to address the aesthetic, at least making it consistent with the zoning bylaw. Other than that, I'm just a little concerned, is it the rendering, through Mr. Chair, is it the rendering that shows this stone as a large size gravel, or are you actually matching what's there?
I prefer 3/8 gravel in a driveway, and that's what we have proposed. Right now, I think it's 3/4, but I'm happy to do either.
No, that's fine. I'm not concerned about that size relative to standard or pea stone. It was more just the rendering shows a large stone, and I was a little confused about what is being proposed. So I don't have an issue with the materials. I think the landscaping needs to be addressed and the apron need to be addressed, consistent with zoning, and I think those could be part of our approval.
okay. Stephen, thank you. You know, when I first saw the picture, it almost looked like cobbles to me. But then when I read the description, which is for 3/8 inch gravel, you know, that's tiny, normal gravel. I think that there's just a scale issue with the layer that you put on there. So I'm fine with this. I would not want to see, to Holly's point, I would not want to see the apron widened to the same dimension that you're expanding the actual parking area. You know, leave that the way it is and only expand where you've outlined it in red. Those are my comments. Should we have a motion?
I'll
Make that motion.
Diane, do you mind if I make it?
No, I don't mind. Of course I
Okay,
don't
cool,
mind.
because I'll stop in the office. So the motion is with a condition that the layout be in conformance with 13921, the layout and the landscaping.
Okay. That is Stephen's motion. On Stephen's motion, Carrie,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Very good. Nice seeing you, Jesse.
Good seeing you guys. Thank you very
Enjoy
much.
your new parking area.
Yeah, will do.
All right. Okay, 23 Sankey Head. Joe, are you Joe's repping this, right? Hello.
Hello.
Did he
Hello.
is he still there?
Mr. Chair, through you, Joe, you might have
Oh.
a problem with
I
his
just-
sound.
I
He just
just
left.
Oh, you know what he's doing? He's probably like coming back in.
I think so.
He's
Don't you
Can we
just-
skip over him and come back to him?
hang on, I just heard a voice. Whose voice was that? Other than yours, Val.
That was me opining, saying, don't you just love Zoom?
Yeah. I think it's being particularly cranky today because of the storm. Joe?
Yeah, I got kicked off once, and when I came back, my volume disappeared, so I kicked myself out, and now it's back again.
Yeah, we can hear you. So go ahead.
Okay. So I was hoping I could share my screen if you don't mind. And there we go. Okay. Everybody see that?
Got it.
Yeah. I pre-made an Exhibit A because after looking at this application, I thought it could use a little bit of clarity. So both 23 Sankaty Head and 21 Sankaty Head were purchased by my client, and they're going to be used as a single property. And we're looking at 23, which we call the guest house. And this application that is here is to convert this garage to a gazebo in its current location. And it shows the driveway kind of coming in and terminating at that garage for 23. The reality of the way the site will manifest is that 23 is here and 21 is here, and there'll be an ingress to 23 and also to 21, but we're blocking off this center portion. Right now, the driveway for 23 comes straight in and arrives at this garage structure. So the site strategy here is that we'll still maintain these two curb cuts, but we want to get some privacy to the street and take advantage of what is the only flat spot on the property besides over here. So this will become lawn area where the current turnaround driveway is. So I thought this site plan I just showed you with the two lots would help to give some clarity to that. The existing structure is this is the front here. The west elevation is this broken back gable form, which actually appears on the little cottage at 23. It's also at 21 has this broken back form. And we had proposed to add some gable dormers to that structure and open up the ocean side, which is this one, to the water, and use this as the gazebo / hangout space for the client. They don't need the garage space. We want to preserve the structure. We want to treat it like a garden folly, essentially. Now, one of the things that occurred to me just reviewing this before the meeting is that we'd like to remove these gable pieces that we added on. So this is what we propose now, which is this. We would keep the roof form untouched, and we would just be looking at making some fenestration changes here. So on the ocean side, we're opening up the back, and we're at about elevation, I think it's 68 here. So we're 68 feet above the bluff. The bluff is, there's no visibility from down below. And on the side, we're opening up a few openings, so we're changing the window configuration, and then facing the what will become the lawn area, we'll just have we're adding a little gable with it that's open, and then there's some windows flanking it. That is it.
Okay.
Hopefully that helps.
Thank you, Joe. Let's see. Abby's still away, correct? I'm gonna assume so. So Connie, it's to you.
Hey.
You there? Okay.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, so Joe, there would be the regular board X Abby plus Connie. Okay. All right. Looking for some comments here.
I'll
Mr.
go.
Chair, I'm sorry. I have a question. It's Connie.
Yes, Connie.
So, Joe, are you going to keep those little structures on the side, that little bump out, or is that going also?
The if you look at the existing gable, the way that the roof breaks, we're keeping those. Yes. We're getting rid of these things that are clouded on the elevation, like this triangle and these wings that are here. We want to remove all that. It's so that it looks more like this, so that the
Okay.
existing
Joe,
form.
I want to be clear. You're not actually removing anything other than the drawing. You were proposing it, but you don't want to propose it anymore. You want to keep it the
Yes,
way it is.
that's correct. It looked, just taking a closer look at it, I thought what we were proposing with the addition of these things might be too fussy, and that given that we're removing dormers on the house and trying to simplify the roof lines, I thought it made sense to keep the existing roof lines. So
Okay.
that's what we're.
You got it, Connie?
I got it. Thank you.
Great. Okay. Who would like to begin?
I will.
All right, Val.
My biggest concern was those gable pieces, Joe. So thank you. Did you see me go like this? Yes.
Oh, I know. I missed that.
Knowing that I'm looking at a picture of the existing house, and I know it mimics that roof line, but they use shed dormers on that, and it was just too incongruent. So thank you for the change, and I think it's acceptable and appropriate.
Okay. Val, thank you. Who's next?
I'll go. I will
Diane.
go. I
Yes.
think I think the roofs that they have come back to are charming and light and fit in down at the end of the road. And I'm glad to see the dormers, which make those, you see how heavy they make the building. So I appreciate what's being done, and thank you.
All right. Diane, thanks. Let's see. Connie, Stephen.
I'm good with degabling.
All right. He likes the degabled version. Connie.
I'm good with it also.
All right. Me too.
Motion to approve is submitted.
All right. So there's Stephen. Motion to
The
approve.
Exhibit A. Joe, you gonna stamp that?
Yes, I can send it to Holly or to whomever I should send it to.
Sounds good. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Exhibit A, of course, being the proposal minus the two appended gable dormers. On Stephen's motion, Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, Joseph, you can return to the other side of the screen.
Thank you.
All right. So next we have
Mr. Chair,
yes.
we have a hand raised by Mr. Atherton, and I'm not too sure what application he's putting his hand up for.
Rick, do you want to unmute? Rick? He's in, right?
Yes, he's a attendee, and I asked him to unmute.
Okay, let's see. Oh yeah, I see his hand raised. Rick, you are still muted. If you can hear me, I can see on the screen. Lead, yeah, still muted.
Am I up?
Who just said that?
Andrew.
Andrew.
No?
Andrew Cochin?
Yes.
Yes.
Wait, I just stepped away.
No, but you're not up anyway.
Oh,
we
sorry.
still have Stephen Rothke, but
okay,
our
sorry,
conversation
Steve.
is that it looks like Rick Atherton would like to say something. I don't want to move on without hearing from him.
Mr. Chair, my guess would be he's looking for stock on the fence, and it's not on this application like the earlier application.
There's some mechanism that's put in place just to ensure that there's no.
Boy, I could barely hear that.
Sounds like he's auditing another meeting.
Hey, Steve?
Hey, Rick. Is that
I'm
Emily
sorry.
Molden?
You know, I put my hand up some time back, and then I thought I took it down. And I'm not where you are on your agenda. I admit I was not paying attention, but I would make a general comment if you'd let me, and then I'll get off your screen.
Sure, as long as it's laudatory, Rick.
It's laudatory. You know, I tend to be a traditionalist when it comes to sort of the rural areas, and I'm a big fan of gray and not white. I'm talking about colors now.
Yeah.
And I want to be comfortable that the discussion at 33, the black was just like what I think of as the windows, not the trim.
Oh, not the trim.
It wasn't clear to me, and I'm sorry to ask, but it wasn't clear to me, so I was interested in that.
No one on this board would, or any board for that matter, would ever approve black trim on a house on Nantucket. I hope.
Aren't you wonderful to say? What color is the trim going to be then?
It's natural to weather.
That's my thought, going back to natural. Well, that's excellent. And I'm glad you're all in tune on this one. Thank you very much, guys.
Nice hearing from you, Rick. Take care of yourself.
Except for maybe on India Street, Mr. Chair.
Really? Black on black?
I think he's teasing.
Oh, that one went in. It was historically correct.
Okay. There's Rick. So now we are on to Steve Rothke. I did see him in the queue. 14 Center Street.
Yes, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and the rest of the commission.
Hi. So I think if I'm going to wait till Abby tells me that she's coming back. So in the interim,
here.
Oh, you're back. Okay, so
Yeah.
she is back. All right, so we're back to the regular board, Stephen. Go ahead.
Great, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is a straightforward application at 14 Center Street. The real thrust of the work is actually to re-roof the house, which of course I don't have to come visit you fine folks for. But we are making one change on the back of the house. There's an existing enclosure around an air conditioning condenser. The research I was able to do in the files at the HDC suggests that enclosure was never actually approved. I'm not sure exactly when it went in. It's the application is to actually remove that enclosure. And if you look at drawing 3 south elevation, a little further down, Holly, if you're driving, next page there. Basically, I've clouded the area where we want to remove that condenser enclosure and add an outdoor shower. And that, of course, leads to a relocation of the condenser, which we've suggested on the north side of the building. And that's the thrust of the application.
Okay. Very good. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do want to make a note that if the roof project for this individually significant Wales Cottage Heart's Ease from 1700, if it's going to be done it as a like kind, it should come to staff. If it's going to be changing from material, then it needs the commission's COA approval. This used to be Richard Macy's blacksmith shop. Pretty cool as an HTC survey on file. I have no concerns with the proposed shower relocation or enclosure. The proposed condenser, though, that's within the town's right of way is of concern. It should be relocated outside of the right of way. Maybe I'm looking at it incorrectly on the site plan, but it does appear to be within that town right of way. And maybe a surveyed plan would be beneficial to find that out. But we have seen some applications over the last couple of years where unfortunately some of these structures out there in the core heart of Sconset are trying to encroach within the town right of ways that have been established for quite a long time. So that would be my overall concern. No other concerns with the application. Thank you, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
Holly, thank you. And Holly, do we have Rob or anybody from Sconset here?
Mr. Benchley is here.
Oh, Rob, anything to say on this one?
Yep. Hello, everybody. Can you
Hi.
hear me?
Yep.
Great. Mr. Chair, my name is Rob Benchley, and I'm with the Wisconsin Advisory Group, which consists of myself and Angus McLeod, Caroline Ellis, Clement Durkis, and Mary Lathrop Will, former members of the Wisconsin Advisory Board. We took a look at this, Mr. Chair, and the changes seem to be fine. The shower's well screened. It's behind a hedge, and that's all good. Our concern was, as what Holly's was, concerning the putting a utility in the right of way.
Yeah.
And otherwise, it's terrific that these houses are being so well taken care of. Thank you.
Great. Rob, thank you.
Yep.
Stephen, can you address the relocation of the condenser vis-a-vis the right of way?
Yeah, happy to speak to that. So just to Holly, if you scroll up, there is a site plan, and it's a circa 2014 Jeff Blackwell site plan. I'm reasonably confident that it's correct and that nothing has changed. And that site plan does confirm that the proposed condenser relocation is in the right of way. At the risk of poking the bear, I basically walked through the village after speaking with my client, and we were brainstorming locations, and I find that there are a number of condensers in the right of way. I did not go so far as to drill down to see where they stood in terms of HDC or other jurisdictional approvals. So, look, that's our proposed location subject to this conversation and this board's review. And I'm happy to make more comments if I can just get a sense of where the board stands on this location.
All right. Very
Mr.
good.
Chair.
Yes.
I do want to make it a point that anything that's proposed within the town right of way has to have town administration and or select board approval. This board cannot approve anything within the town right of way. So I just want to make that a point. Thank you.
Good point, Holly. All right. The board, regular board.
I can go.
Abby.
Should I go?
Yep.
Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I think that was my only concern, the condenser in the right of way. So now that I know it's even illegal to do it, yeah, I would find another spot for that. Everything else I'm fine with. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Stephen?
Going to be counterpoint on that. I think I agree with Holly. We cannot approve a structure being placed. We cannot, let me restate that, authorize. We do not have the purview to authorize a structure being placed in a way. However, we do have the authority to rule on the architectural merits of a structure being placed somewhere on or adjacent to a property. So with that in mind, I would note further that HCC or approval or consent is not consent to a violation of another jurisdictional authority's. We're not stepping into their area. So I say that to say I'm concerned about any other location because any location on that side is in the way and any location on the other side is in the way. So there's a lot of stuff in the way, if you get what I'm saying. I think if you put it in the backyard, that could be done, but I'm not adverse to an approval that would be subject to, the applicant receiving authorization for the location. That's number one. Number two, could we quickly go if we can to slide 12? The images.
And it's Fiona that's running everything for us tonight. Thank you, Fiona.
Hey.
Fiona, can you zoom in on the lower left corner image? Steve, you've got on the left there, you've got the poor cousin. If you can find a bird feeder wide enough to slide down over that to the fountain that's missing on Main Street.
Can you say that again?
On your lower left image, can you see
Yeah.
on this? You've got the poor cousin, if you can get the bird feeder that'd slide down or up onto that thing for the fountain that's missing on Main Street.
The one on Main Street, I've heard, is being refurbished and coming back.
Smithereen and Co., I think, is fixing that.
Oh, boy.
Thank you,
So was that it, Stephen?
It is more than enough.
All right. Who's next?
I
Diane.
agree with what's been said. Val, through you, Mr. Chair.
Got it. Okay, Val, thank you. Diane?
I don't know. I don't know where else they can put it. My only hope was that recently they seem to be making those machines smaller, so it might not be quite so hefty to have to cover. But I know the building, and I don't know where you can put it where you don't see it, or it isn't in the ways. I don't know. I don't have an answer.
Well, we could, that's up to the applicant, but we could okay some of this.
Yeah. That's for sure. Now it's interesting. It's an interesting conundrum because Stephen, you are actually filing for something on someone else's property.
Yeah.
And this does occasionally come up, well, actually fairly frequently when we're talking about aprons. You know, sometimes the apron is not actually on the property, it's on town property. But in this case, it's sort of like conspicuously not on your property. So I'd be very reluctant to approve it. Architectural merits aside, you know, it's just not on your property. And whether it's how it's done out there, whether all of these things are being approved by some other agency, I can't tell you, or whether they're just being placed there and not being, you know, told to be removed. So I'm comfortable with everything except the location of the relocation of the condenser. Anyway, so that's my opinion. Would somebody care to make a motion?
If I could just comment, Mr. Chair.
Of course, Stephen.
Certainly appreciate the context of everyone's comments, and do not wholeheartedly disagree. Look, there's some stuff going on out there that we're probably all aware of. Again, as my owner's agent in this application, you know, I'm compelled to at least explore whether they have an option to do what some of their neighbors are doing. And we tried to do it in as nice a way as possible with a very classic fence enclosure, which is more than many of the condensers out in the village enjoy. Having said all that, look, it's very common in the village for people to have property within the traveled rights of way. For example, in this particular application, just about every bit of planting that makes this the lovely rose-covered cottage that it is in the summertime is in the right of way. Okay. So, and I just would like to have that in the record, because I do think we're not just talking about Heartsease. I think we're talking about potentially a larger conversation for Sconset Village. With that said, look, you know, we're eager to try to find the right balance here, and we have owners who really are stewards of this building. Just to close, one question that Holly raised, we do intend to do a like-kind replacement on this roof, so I don't think we have any issue there. And I'm wondering if I were to suggest an alternate location that I could explore, if I could just either roll that into this motion, or if you would want me to come back. How would you like to handle that?
Stephen, there are 3 hands raised. Stephen Rothke, that is. And the first hand that I saw raised was Stephen Welch. So Stephen Welch.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Very quickly, Stephen, I just suggest talk to, I believe Andrew Vorse is handling real estate matters on a consultant basis, perhaps about a licensing agreement. I mentioned that to mention, I personally, subject to an approval of the authority having jurisdiction, which is the town, would not have an issue with on the architectural merits of an approval in this location. I also would not have an issue with an approval if it were to be on the Shell Street side, shielded by that fence material and located near the basement access. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Stephen, thank you. Holly, you were next in line.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Quickly, I just wanted to mention to the applicant's Steve's point about what there's a lot of different things going on out there. There is a that is acknowledged by town administration. I can assure you on that. DPW has been charged with trying to work on these encroachments that have happened over the years, whether good, bad, or indifferent. Most of them have never been approved by the town. So it, they are aware of that. And to your point is well noted, but I just wanted to mention that for the record that it is something that has not been lost. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Val.
I was going to just say it, I think we all agree the architecture of it is fine, but my concern also is this is a zoning situation. And do you need a building permit to put a condenser in a place? I would think he'd have to take that up with Marcus.
Yeah, I might let Mr. Welch answer that one. I think that's a gray area when it comes to HVAC work and condensers.
Yeah, a structure is subject to setback requirements, but you do not require a building permit per se a condenser. I would suggest that probably the cleanest way to handle this at this point, since we've gotten so deep into the woods, is just, I'm not sure. Mr. Chair?
I would make a motion if you would like, through you, Mr. Chair, to approve this application without the condenser. And he's welcome to come back and apply for that if it's kosher.
Okay.
I'm just afraid without a permit, it's going to be the HDC approved it and there it is. And somehow it'll be on us.
So succinctly put, the motion is not that you need it. The motion is to approve the like-kind replacement of the roof and for the relocation of the shower.
Yes.
Not the relocation of the condenser. All right. So that is Val's motion. On Val's motion, Abby.
I'm an aye.
Okay, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, Stephen.
I'm an aye if she goes in and writes it down in the office tomorrow.
She being Val.
Yes.
Yeah. And Val on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. All right, there you go, Stephen Rothke.
Thank you all. Have a great evening.
Yeah, see you later. Okay, now we're at a workshop again, 51 West Maya Comet.
I am here, Mr. Chair.
Hello.
Could I just share my screen and drive the presentation? Is that possible?
Go for it.
Great. Thanks,
Prefer
Holly.
that.
Okay. Okay, assume everybody can see my screen.
Yes.
Okay. So as many of you may know, this house is in the MMD district out in my comment. I'll zoom in so you all can see. The site that we are looking at today is this whole area here. It's sort of this long wedge. The lot literally stretches back the full length of all the houses that surround it. There is a current house on the site, which all the images are provided here. It's a reasonably nice house. We think we may have a taker for it already, but the application is for a demo move off for the structure. The new structure that we are here to apply for is essentially going right back in the same exact area of this current structure. As many of you know, the clearing is all highly limited and scrutinized here by the planning board, which will be making that application. And we've taken an approach for the design that I'll get into. I don't know if you want to sort of talk about the demo move off first or have me go through the whole presentation first, Mr. Chair.
Actually, I
do
think
that.
we could probably address the demo move off because, you know, that
Okay.
depending on how that goes, it will determine the future of the rest.
Right. Okay. So I have nothing else to say on that.
Okay. So what's under consideration right at the moment, folks, is the house that we're all looking at on our screens is Andrew is requesting a demo move off of that house. Opinions of the board.
I'm good with it. It's Abby, sorry. Abby's good with it.
Okay. Hey, this just in. Val is on a bio break. So can I pull in, let's see, rotation? I believe we're back to Carrie. Carrie, are you there?
I am. It wasn't Joe Paul, though?
We just had Joe. He
Okay, great.
followed up right after his application.
Okey doke.
I think.
Mm-hmm.
No, actually, I'm wrong. I'm wrong because Abby came back. So it is Joe. Joe.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Bob,
Joe,
or demo.
you're on the following three, okay?
Okay.
And Val is not. All right, so opinions on the demo move of this building?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I just wanted to let the commission know the age. I found circa 2002 for the NHL data.
Oh, sorry, Holly, I meant to say that.
Okay. Thank you. Who wants to start?
I'll go.
The new house?
That was Stephen.
Yeah, it's a shame to see it go, but it's not a historic structure, and perhaps maybe the land bank has some land in that area, can actually move it because it is a bit oversized. That's it.
Okay. Thanks, Stephen. Who's next?
Well, I'll go.
All right, Diane.
I don't know whether they have gotten in touch with any of our housing habitat or regular housing, but it seems like a well-made building. It's only 20 years old. Wouldn't be much to move it. I hope that comes up because I hate to see them demoed, particularly when they're in that good construction. So
If I could just interject, we do believe that we may have a taker. The challenge is, Mr. Welch pointed out, is the potential of getting it out of there because we obviously can't widen streets and things like that, but we're doing everything we can to preserve the house and get it in good hands so that it has a second life.
Okay.
But
good.
there are challenges around that, obviously.
Yeah, well, thank you, Andrew. So that's at the moment, that's how I would leave it.
Okay. Thank you, Diane. Joe?
I have no concerns.
Okay. Thank you. Abby?
Yeah, I think I okayed it, but I guess I was mute. I'm okay with this.
Okay. Sorry, didn't hear. We can move this then.
Okay, motion to approve as submitted.
Okay, that's Abby's motion. On Abby's motion, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, Stephen. How about Joe?
Aye.
Stephen? Abby on your motion? Up there's
I'm an
Stephen.
aye.
And Abby's an aye, and I'm an aye. So there's part one of that. Okay, now,
Okay,
Drew,
thank you all.
we're gonna move along to the new dwelling, same board.
Yes, so we've taken a slightly different approach to our design than a lot of the homes that exist in this area. We've done a fairly robust study of the structures there that I'll just sort of zoom in and walk through and give everybody a sense of the scale. And I think it's interesting that in this area where you're limited to 1,500 square feet of ground cover, and where the intent is to maintain a sort of rural scaled down approach, that virtually almost all the homes that are in this area are fairly large boxes that max out every single square foot that they possibly can, and have ridge heights in excess of ridge lengths in excess of 70 feet in aggregate, 60 feet, 58 feet, 58 feet. Get the picture. They sort of go on and on. This house, very tastefully done, 46 Myakomet Road, takes on a slightly smaller approach, similar to what we're proposing. And so I've just tried to do my best to really document what exists out there to support the approach that we're taking. This one is obviously one of the older single-story cottages that exists in the neighborhood. But again, even this one here, sort of very long, maxing out every square footage that you can for the house. So the approach we've taken. No, it's not bad. It just is what it is. So the approach we're taking,
I'm kind of kidding, but
I mean, it's what you would normally yell at all of us about. So anyway, the approach we're taking is to essentially take it and split it and make it two. And I'll just kind of go to this is what you would see at a distance as you approach, is sort of essentially a 1,000 square foot structure or 1,100 square foot structure and a 400 square foot structure, kind of split in two, connected by a sort of pergola element. But again, just to sort of re-emphasize where this structure is against the streets, it's, incredibly set back. It's, I think, well over 1,500 feet back off the road, that you see it very much at a distance. Here gives you a sense of what you see from the street and the existing structure that exists there. So I'll sort of jump right into it. Like I said before, we're very limited on clearing, as everybody knows, and we're essentially locating the new structure right on top of where the old structure is, which is to the front portion of the property line, because we don't want to create any more disturbance or clearing in the distance. And this is the house. It has on this side, it's a 26-foot ridge height. This is a 20-foot ridge height. This is 38 feet across. This is like 16 feet across. We're proposing natural trim and black windows. The context here is quite mixed with white trim, natural trim, dark sash, gray sash. I would be very open to doing painted gray trim, but felt that the board would really appreciate a natural trim look and feel to the structure. So that's what the application is for. And 2/2 windows, obviously maximizing the glazing on the south side out to the views. As you come around to the sort of arrival front door side, there really is no true front door to the house. It's actually on the side here. You would never see it from the street. I don't want the front door to face the street because that is the view side. It's essentially a salt box structure with sort of a low one-story entry mass coming across. And then this cottage, we're sort of peppering irregular windows as if it was like an old fishing cottage sort of dropped in here that may have existed in this context for many years ago. From the west elevation, this is what you would see. You would see the smaller structure, the sort of single asymmetrical dormer, which I know I have to fix the window on the meeting rail there, which I'll do. And then the east side as well gives you a sense of the salt box condition that we're showing with the deck coming out. And again, everything is natural to weather. So that's it. I'm hopeful it's a fairly simple structure. I think we love the approach. Our client loves it. It feels very nestled into this area, not too dominant visually. So hopefully the board will agree. That's it, Mr. Chair.
Andrew, thank you. Okay, same board comments.
I'll go.
Thank you.
I love the little building. I think it's very good, and on the bigger building, I was happy to see a chimney because I thought it desperately needed a chimney. And how wide is that deck up on the second
Do
floor?
you mean
story?
how far off the building, right, Diane?
Yeah.
It is 10 feet. No, sorry, 8 feet. 8 feet.
8
It's
feet.
8 feet off.
Yeah, that's good. Well, I think the idea is very good. I wish they gave you enough room to have a little bit of the telescope 1-story addition, but the little building really does that. So I don't have any great problem with it. Even the mulled windows, which as you know are not my favorite, fit in there really well. So I have no problem with it.
Okay. Diane, thank you. Who's next?
I'll go.
Stephen.
There are some, excuse me, atypical elements, however, they aren't inappropriate. I think on this one, the artistry is in the restraint and the very simple traditional forms. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Who's next?
I can go.
Abby.
I think the windows appear slightly vertical to me, and because the sash is going to be black, I think they're going to pop out. But I do like the organization of the windows, and I just wish they were a little wider. I think the chimney. What is the chimney material?
Oh, sorry, Abby, it's
Did you say parched?
Hang on, he's
parging.
having.
Yes, parging. Sorry.
So, and what color is that parge? Like a gray?
Natural gray. Yes.
Okay. I would also, on that south elevation, reduce the glazing a little bit, and maybe pull that deck in just to the other side of the French doors, so the deck isn't quite as, I'm not sure about that, but I was just thinking if you brought in that deck, it might be a little more palatable. But I don't know if anybody else feels those windows are a tad vertical. So thank you.
Okay, Abby, thank you. I think that leaves you, Joe.
Yeah, I think it's a great approach for the area, and it's appropriate, and the precedent images are compelling. My only comment really was the chimneys, because on the application it says white stucco, but the foundation says parged gray. I just heard you say gray. They're way back, second row from the street and far back from West Maya Comet when it wraps the corner. So I don't know that they're that much of an issue, but
sorry, Joe, it should be gray parging. It should be gray parging, not white stucco. That's a typo. Sorry.
Yeah, so that I think I'm fine with it. One thing, just FYI, I thought that the maximum ground cover was 800 square feet, unless you have a pre-existing condition, which you do if you're removing the house. I would take a quick look at that, and I thought that there was
we've gone through it extensively with Steve Cohen. I mean, it's 1,500 square feet. We've been told by several confirming things, and we're below the height at 26.
Okay, yeah, then I have no concerns then.
I make a motion.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to say, I think it's fine. I do agree with Abby that the windows are vertical, but I don't that's not enough for me to not approve it. So, Diane, you're gonna make a motion?
I'd make a motion to approve as submitted. We have
Um, could we just have one clarification to
Yep.
Joe's point? And that is apparently on the application, it says white chimneys.
Oh, yes, with the
And
gray.
Andrew has told us that they're gonna be gray,
Gray.
natural parged. So if
Right.
we could just make sure that that is taken care of on the application.
Yes.
Okay?
There is
Very
a
good.
hand up. It's Val. I'm back, but I know I'm not on this, but there is somebody with a hand up.
Oh, let me look and see who it is. Thomas Barada.
Thomas Barretta.
Barada, sorry.
That's okay. Yeah, 39 West Minor Comet, live around the corner, own property, been out there for the last 35 years. I have a few questions or concerns in regard to this project. Number one is it's 1,500 square foot for the building structure. And what they're doing is they're splitting the building into two and creating a 2,500 square foot basement foundation. Number two, the drawings don't show, for the basement, they're going to do a exterior atrium area that says it's going to be part of the hardscape plan. That hardscape plan isn't there. They're not showing the basement per se. That basement's going to have an 18-foot wide by 8-foot door, which is going to affect night light in regard. So I want to make sure that that's brought up on this meeting because they're trying to push it off onto the hardscape. The other issue is that the drawings don't show any railings for the exterior of that patio that's going to be over the concealed basement of the 2,600 square foot foundation they're digging. That's looks like it's about 10 feet deep. So there's no railing showing on the back side for protection of fall into that pit. They corrected the stucco, so I guess that's going to be a white, a parged chimney with a stone border. Is that going to be a Belgian stone cap, or is it going to be a fieldstone cap? The other issue I have is that the windows are basically 6 feet or 3 feet by 8 feet. Tall windows, I believe, if I read that correctly on the window schedule. Those are very, very large windows. Or are they 6 feet tall? Plus, the door panels on the front are 12-foot wide by 8 feet tall. Solid panel accordion doors facing the road. And then the other issue is, or the other question I had was that's basically it for now. The other question is that's Moreland Management District. It's supposed to be one structure. That's why all the houses are large structures out there, because we can't have second dwellings. So they're basically putting it all into one structure or one foundation with a underground tunnel to connect the two to have a large basement. So is there clarification on that?
Okay, a lot of what you just said is not part of our purview. Anything down in the basement is not our purview. It's underground. It's not visible. So in terms, and I also does not count as ground coverage, anything that's subgrade. But I don't want to go through point by point because we were in the middle. I appreciate your comments, but we were in the middle.
What kind of railing are they going to have on the back there? It doesn't show any railings or any
He will need
restraints.
to apply for a railing. It's not part of this application.
It'll be buried in the plantings as part of the landscape plan.
Okay.
And there's just, it doesn't show any place that there's going to have such a deep.
We are voting on what is presented before us at the moment.
Right.
Yep.
But there's a patio with a drop off on the back of the building.
Okay.
That says atrium, part of hardscape.
That is up to Andrew to take care of. And if there's something that's going to be visible from a publicly traveled way, it's going to come to us and we will review it. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Now we were in the middle of a vote. I believe that vote was from Diane, was it not?
Right. Yes, it was. With the two chimneys mentioned as not being white, but being gray, parging.
Very good. Okay, that is Diane's motion. On Diane's motion, Abby.
I'm okay with it.
Okay, Stephen,
Aye.
Joseph,
Aye.
Diane on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor too. Motion carries. Now it looks like you might
you.
get a little shed as well, right, Andrew?
Yes, correct, Mr. Chair.
Same board.
The shed is in the rear here. It is a standard Nantucket shed, natural trim. Black sash on the windows. 200 square feet. That's it.
Okay. AKA zoning shed.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Board members.
Motion to approve is submitted.
That was Stephen?
Yep.
Okay, Stephen has made a motion to approve as submitted. Is there anybody on the board in opposition to this? Or should I take it to a vote?
I have one very simple question. And I'm sorry I'm even asking it.
Right.
The south elevation where the French doors are do those doors have
It's wood,
muntins
Joe.
in them? Oh.
No, Joe,
wood.
that's just shiplap. Shiplap, sorry.
Okay.
Yep.
Great.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I have no concerns.
Okay, so Stephen has made a motion. On that motion, Abby.
I'm an aye.
Okay, Diane,
Aye.
Joseph,
Aye.
Stephen on your motion.
I'm an aye, and I have a follow-up after the vote.
Okay, and I'm in favor. Motion carries. Follow up.
Andrew, I'm sure you, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sure you will be, Andrew, but just to say it, please be explicit when we get the hardscape, because there will be some time between when we review it about the sunken area, that's all.
Steve, we absolutely will. We fully understand this is all subject to planning board approval. Like we got a road ahead of us, so we get it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Now we're going to turn our attention to 9 Woodbury Lane. Do we have somebody to rep?
I'm back, Mr. Chair, if you need me. Al.
Okay. Well, what we need is an applicant for 9 Woodbury Lane. Are you willing? Ready, willing, and able to represent it for us? I'm kidding.
See a hand up.
Do we have, is Lindsay or anybody here to rep this?
Will's in the queue.
Sorry, who? Uh-oh, getting some strange. Somebody's trying to talk, but they're reverberating.
I think it might be Hollywood, poor signal.
Yeah, Holly was kind of, Holly, you've got some bandwidth issues, I think.
Hi there.
Ah.
Yeah.
All
Sorry,
right.
just unmuted me. Sorry.
Okay.
Cool.
All right. Regular board. Why don't you move forward?
So first we are proposing changing the driveway from brick to shell.
Who's scroll is it Fiona? Sorry. Just want to be able to digest all this.
Yes, Mr. Chair, it's me.
Okay. Lindsay.
Yep.
Continue.
All right, cool. So the driveway was originally approved as brick. The client would like to change it to shell if possible. We also, they're gonna, yeah, there you go. Remove a little bit of the patio. And they want to add the outdoor kitchen was originally right behind the garage, but with all the moving back there, they kind of moved it off to the back corner. And put a little patio with a fire pit there. I think visibility is going to be minimal back there just because it's a very narrow corridor. We've got a row of trees between the house on that left side, and we're have a gate there. So I think the visibility in the back is going to be minimal. But yeah, so outdoor kitchen, fire pit, little patio there.
Okay, is that it, Lindsay?
That's it.
All right. So Holly, let's give you a try. You were having some issues.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Perfect.
Thanks.
Thank you. Sorry about that. This is an infill property within the 1980s subdivision of Woodbury, actually part of the OHD, and emphasized on our National Historic Landmark designation. You've seen this before, this revision, I think, for the change of the driveway from brick to shell is appropriate. I am concerned with the change due to the location of the garage being pushed back. Of the hard surfaces, it seems like there's no greenery at all, but I will mention that, impervious isn't necessarily HDC's purview, but at the same time, a lot of hard surfaces. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Holly, thank you. Mickey?
No concerns.
No concerns. Okay. Regular board.
Can I ask a question from what Holly
Yes,
said
Diane.
last
Yep.
time? And I didn't, if this is part of the old historic district, then what are we looking at a pool for?
The pool was already approved. It's just
Yeah, so most of this hardscape was approved, and I can't really speak to the pool and when it was approved or anything like that. But what we're actually looking at is a change in the material on the drive and the
Yeah. No, it was just a question about the pool because she said it was the old historic district. So I was just wondering.
Mr. Chair, may I?
Yeah, sure.
I believe the zoning of the subdivision is R1, not ROH. ROH is the one that does not allow pools. This is in the old historic district HDC boundary, though. So I just wanted to make that point. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. That explains it more. Thank
Okay.
you.
Who would like to start?
I'll go.
Thank you.
Based on what we'll be able to see, I think it's acceptable. I do agree with Holly that it's a bit overdone, but that's not in our purview.
Okay. Val, thank you. Who's next?
I agree with Val.
All right. Let's see, Abby.
Yeah, I think it's too much hardscaping, and I prefer the brick. I think it's a little bit more Woodbury Lane. And I think it's sort of, the kitchen is sort of crammed in. I think it's a bit overzealous. So I'm not a big fan.
Okay. Thank you, Abby. Diane?
I would rather see that particular driveway brick also.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, through you, I just want to make sure everybody's looking at the right site plan. This one is the previous. If Fiona,
Yeah,
if you could scroll
right.
to the proposed, which is up.
We
further.
just saw it a second ago. Too far.
It's gone.
No, go there. Right there. That's it. Well, no, that's the locust.
That's
now.
it.
Right there. Yep, that's the one. Okay. I'm okay with this application.
Motion to approve is submitted.
All right. Stephen has made a motion to approve as submitted. On that motion, Abby.
Abby's a no.
Okay, Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. So the motion carries 4 in favor, 1 opposed. There you go, Lindsay.
Appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
All right, thanks. Bye. Now we're to a one view from January 30th. I'm chairing. We have an established board, myself, Abby, Connie, and Joe Paul. Is Tori on board?
I believe she is. Let me.
Was that a no?
She's here. She had her hand raised, so I will. There you go, Tori.
All right, Tori. Tori. No, Tori.
I'm here. It just took Holly a minute. No
Okay.
problem.
All right.
Hi, guys.
So we'll get your stuff up on the screen. Now let's see. Fiona, you want to go back up? January 30.
It actually, yeah, I was looking for it earlier. I think it's listed farther down, actually.
Oh,
On
okay.
the
Right.
right there at the end of Old Business 213.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it is. The very bottom thing. Yeah,
Yep,
there it
there
is.
you go.
The high brush.
Yes.
Yes.
Are you ready for me, Ray?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay, so I had sent an email after last week's meeting with what you see before you that I thought we ended up not having digitally last week. And
Oh, yeah.
Abby and Connie were able to look at the photos, but felt, correct me if I'm wrong, Abby, wanted to do a site viewing to visually make sure that they knew what they were digesting.
Okay.
And so you can see here, I've submitted the full site plan. I've submitted a lot of photos from 8 Highbrush Path that I feel confidently show you will not be able to see this fence if at all. And I've also included more photos showing the fence running perpendicular off of Austin Farm, that after revisiting the site from the street only, it appears the fence does not go all the way to this property line, the existing fence on Austin Farm. So I would say that we should be looking at this as an independent fence, not something that's meeting an existing perpendicular fence.
Okay. Start a fence.
So it starts at that back corner of the house,
Uh,
that far left corner.
okay. Fiona, you want to continue just with the photos? Yep, same. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Just a question, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
On the site plan, there's a swimming pool with a little shed. Is that the extent of the fence? Just
Yes.
a little bit beyond? Okay, thank you. I think I finally understand. Thank you. I think I'm
Thank
okay
you.
with this.
You think you're okay with it?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So let's see. That was Abby. We also have Connie and Joe.
It's Connie. I'm okay with this. I think last week, Joe didn't have the benefit of the picture, so that's why we were a little concerned.
Oh, that's
But I'm
that's
okay
correct.
with it.
We didn't. Okay, Connie's good. Joseph?
Yeah, I'm having seen the photographs and driven by, I think it's not visible
Okay.
from a public way, so I'm
All
fine
right.
with it.
Sounds like we have liftoff. Would somebody like to make a motion?
Sure, I'll make a motion to approve as submitted.
There it is. That's Abby's motion. On the motion, Connie,
Hi.
Joe,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
and I'm in favor.
Thank you very much, guys.
Aye. January 30th, old business. We have established boards on these, starting at 25 Willard. Do we have somebody to rep?
I'm here, Mr. Chair. I think we've already covered 25 Willard, I believe.
This is the hardscape.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. My mistake. Never mind.
Paul Cronin's supposed to be the rep for this.
Yeah, is Paul around?
If you see him, Holly.
Matt, is this your project?
It is, Mr. Chair, but it is for the landscape.
Yeah, I know, but you don't feel like repping it and so that we can keep things moving along, do
Sure.
you?
I'm happy to do that. I'm not overly familiar with the specifics, but I can certainly
Well,
Mr. Chair, I don't see him in the queue here.
it would appear that Paul is not here. So do you want us to wait or do you want to try and wing it?
I would actually prefer to have him do it just because he's more knowledgeable about it, and I think that we have a little bit of time
Okay.
to do it. So I appreciate
Fine
that.
with us, Matthew. Fine with us. That means that we get to your other applications that much sooner. Okay, so we're gonna move past 25 Willard for representation, and that brings us to 20.
I think we're frozen. No.
Yeah, you're not frozen, but Ray is.
Is Ray frozen? Okay. Thought it was me.
Well, no, give him a second because it looks like he's thinking. I think he's really
Yeah.
thinking about it. Yeah, I think the connections are a little off given the weather, perhaps.
Oh yeah, I've got flickering lights earlier.
Yeah, I thought I was like doing Q save. Those CAD files, had too many of those where computers crash and you lose your work.
Holly and Mr. Chair, if you're hearing me, I just text Paul and he has no internet, so he can't log on with the weather. So
Thank you, Fiona. That's understandable. I just text Ray to tell him he's frozen, so I don't know if he's gonna reboot himself.
okay.
We haven't had technical difficulties like this in a while.
Yeah.
Brings back COVID. The horror.
Good old days.
Hey, Holly.
Yes, sir.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Which one are we on? I had to take a quick step.
We are, well, actually, Ray just, his computer just died and he said he'll be back on soon. So we were actually moving on to 26 Quidnet Path with Matt.
Okay, well, did you interpret soon as in, like, should we get started or it's going to be a little bit?
Well, I had ... after soon, so I don't know. I'll ask.
Yeah, I don't know the nature of his, because we can activate an alternate. I can pick up chair, and then when
Yep.
Ray comes in, if we haven't spoken, he can jump back in.
I'm asking him if you can start as chair. I think that's fine. We've got plenty of alternates.
Yeah. All right. Why don't we queue it up? If you want
Holly, and through you, Mr. Chair, I can share my screen just to start with the site plan.
Yeah, sure, Matt. Are you good with that approach? I'd be activating, let's see. Val's next in line. And
Sure.
if we don't get to the point where we actually have her talk and raise back, then he'll jump back in as chair.
That's fine by me.
Okay, great. Yeah, why don't you screen share?
It says you cannot start screen share while the other participant is sharing. There we go. Share. Okay, can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah.
Or
Can
it
anyone
doesn't get-
not?
So it usually does like an outline. Okay, so this application you've seen once before. It's 26 Quidnet Path. These lots are unique in that they front on Quidnet Path, but the rear of them also fronts on Quidnet Road. And so this is an application for a second dwelling that fronts on Quidnet Road. These two structures are separated by a significant, distance. So I don't think that they're ever going to be viewed as being necessarily part of the same, property per se. So I've really kind of focused on what the presence on Quidnet Road will be. This is MESA habitat, so you see that there's a dashed line, a very light, faint dashed line. And so we do have a fairly restricted building envelope. And so that's where the structure is sited. We have to be mindful both of setbacks and the MESA disturb zone. There is an existing curb cut on the property, and that is a shared curb cut. I know that there was a neighbor across the street who was asking if there was going to be a number of curb cuts along along Quidnet Road for all these parcels. And I think that this one in particular does share a curb cut. So there'll be a single curb cut to access both of these properties. And I'm not sure what the other these other remaining parcels have in terms of access, if any. So it was reviewed pretty extensively by the planning board. So the idea that this whole Quidnet Road is going to be peppered with a number of curb cuts, I think that for what it's worth, this will just have a single one, and then it'll split between the two abutting properties. So the board had requested ridge poles set at the revised ridge height. So we did drop the ridge height per the board's request. And so hopefully everyone got a chance to see those. As far as the elevations are concerned, I think in general, the board felt that the design was appropriate. We did realign the fenestration slightly. If you look at the previous south elevation, the windows they weren't equally spaced on the second floor dormer. So we've evened those out so that there's an equal distance from corner board to window casing on both sides. So it's a more uniform expression of these second floor windows. The other thing we did is we dropped the ridge height. The height is now at 2311. So just under 24, albeit an inch. I think that those are the only changes that the board had asked us to make. So that's all I have, Mr. Chair. Look forward to comments from the board. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. I'll note our esteemed chair is back on deck here. Give it back to you, Ray.
I jumped in halfway through.
That's okay.
Are you okay? Do you want me to share it?
Yep, it's up to you.
No, I'll do it. All right. So comments from the board.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Holly.
I just want to be cognizant of any abutters that may be in the queue that may want to speak on this application. And two, to Matt's point, I have seen the planning board approval that, and he is absolutely correct that this property does split a curb cut between this and the adjacent future property. So he's correct that it was a very robust, I think in 2015 it went through that process. So that was my concern. I just wanted to make sure if there's any abutters that they're here to be able to speak.
Okay, so if there are any abutters, you need to raise your hand and or unmute and announce your name for the record. And I'm scrolling down my list here and not seeing anything. Would you agree with that, Holly?
I would say if we don't have any hand raised, they don't want to speak. So that sounds good.
Okay. All right. So then I'm going to put it to the board. Again, board, Stephen, Abby, Diane, Joe, and myself.
I can go, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Abby.
I think on the south elevation that the windows on the second floor could be pushed up into that eave there and be a little bit bigger. They just seem a little dinky to me. They could almost be the same size as the ones on the first floor, but that it's really minor, and I really do like this design, but I think it could be more aesthetically pleasing if those windows on the second floor were a little bit bigger. Thank you.
All right, Abby, thanks. Who's next?
I can go. I think Abby's observations are spot on, and I would be in favor of her suggestion to do that to the south elevation. I mean, the west elevation, I guess, is similar in with respect to that shed dormer, that those windows could probably slide up. Otherwise, I have no concerns.
Now, you know, Joe, in saying that, you're going to have to create an Exhibit A.
That I can do that.
All right, we'll start working on it. So, all right, so that was Joe. We have Diane and Stephen.
I'll go.
Thanks.
Excuse me. I don't disagree with the comments that have been made. My concern is, Matt, through Mr. Chair, that kind of this, if you look at, let me see what you guys are looking at. There you go. Upper left, lower left. The squatness of this structure, it's 24 feet, basically 24 feet tall. I mean, that'll net you 10-foot first floor, 8-foot second floor ceiling height. I just don't think that squatness is appropriate. I think something needs to be addressed so that the ridge stays at the height it's at, and you increase the pitch, so you're dropping your top plate, which would necessitate bringing down your second floor. I don't know how a cross section of it, but those are my comments. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
So basically, you think that the roof pitch is too shallow.
Yeah, and yeah, no question.
And in order to remedy that, you're holding the ridge and you're just dropping the plate. That's what you're suggesting.
Yep.
Okay. Stephen, thank you. That leaves Diane.
I think it's got too many mulled windows. It makes on the west elevation, you go over to the west elevation, everything. Well, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mulled windows and 3 singles, and the singles are little. It brings the building down. Why you have single windows on the first floor and mulled windows on the second floor, I don't know. The second floor I've always thought should be a little lighter than the first floor. And it's true on all the elevations. I don't know. I think that I would like to see the fenestration sort of reviewed. The chimney is good. It cobbles at a good place, but I would like to see some reduction in those mulled windows. It doesn't seem to me to be an area on Quidnet Road that is the best place to have so many mulled windows, to make it look more adapted into the ground that it's sitting on and a little more cottagey. This tends to look like a hotel, not a cottage, and it's just small enough to be a cottage. So that's, and I agree with the whatever the pitch of the roof is. I can't see the number, but that's what I
It's an
got to
8 to
say.
12 now.
Yeah.
8 pitch.
Yeah.
Okay,
Is
that's
that
it.
That's it, Diane. So,
Yep.
Matthew, I think sorry I lost power unexpectedly. Did you reduce the roof pitch from a 9 to an 8?
I believe we dropped the plate height. And I think we may have also changed the pitch from a 9 to an 8. We did, yeah, to drop it. Now, I believe at the main house, we tried to match a lot of the details that are on the primary dwelling, so it's fairly simple trim detail, but we could bring it back to a 9 and just drop the plate.
Okay. So the main house has a 9.
Yes.
I mean, there's quite a distance between the two of them, but
True.
you know, and that would probably be imperceptible, but it would be in line with Stephen's concern. So I was liking the idea about I was going to put it a different way when Abby said getting rid of that shingle space between the dormer window head casing and the eave. I was just going to have you bring the dormer down, but I also don't mind making the windows slightly taller to kind of accomplish the same goal. And if you're willing to do a 9 and 12, that's just fine with me. I'm sure it'd be fine with everybody. What
We're happy to increase the size of those windows. That shouldn't be a problem at all.
So what would we like? It does a begging. It's an interesting question. If you increase the size of the windows and you hold the ridge and you drop the eave, now all of a sudden you're going to be creating the problem of the meeting rail not lining up with the eave.
Right.
What if
fact-
sorry, Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
what if the height was raised a foot to like 25? Would that help the pitch and the windows?
Well, that would be a solution that would be okay with me if it's 25 feet, but I'm just one person.
Well, the Chair.
Yeah,
The-
Stephen.
The other solution is drop the second floor height, and then everything, including the windows, can go down with the top plate, and you don't have the meeting rail issue.
Yeah, I don't know well, I'm just in the interest of because I think I think I've got enough feedback about the window size, the roof pitch, and I think that I'm happy to make those changes. Also, maybe address if there's anywhere we can ungang some windows that are maybe potentially more visible, and then bring it back to the board.
Yeah, all right. So you're looking for hold for revisions.
I'll make a motion.
There it is. Diane's made a motion to hold for revisions. On that motion, Joe,
Aye.
Abby,
I'm an aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Matthew, you have the next one too. It's Swift Path.
Yes.
And myself, Stephen. Oh, it's almost the same cast. So myself, Stephen, Abby, Diane, and Val. Let's go.
Okay. Thank you. So the board has reviewed this once before. We did put up ridge poles. I believe everyone got a chance to go out there and see where they are. Just to kind of bring you back up to speed here, there is an existing structure on the property. It's this 1,168 square foot structure. It's the guest house. It is existing. We didn't want to demo it and throw it in the dump, so we kept it. So the main house is set pretty far back from the Swift Rock Road, North Swift Rock Road, I should say, 355 feet. So it's set back pretty far. I think that with the ridge poles, you could probably see potentially the ridge of the structure, but really the majority of the structure, I just personally don't feel like is going to be visible. We will be coming before you for revisions to the guest house to match trim details and window style. Also a garage and a small 200 square foot cabana here. I did reach out to the neighbor who we were able to we didn't talk directly, but we did trade emails. She lives here, and I think most of her concerns has to do with fenestration on the lower level. And I tried to respond, but the one thing I would point out is that conveniently, we're set back here. This structure is the existing, and the new dwelling sits pretty far back here. So we're really not in their line of sight, which I thought was a good thing. But I just wanted to kind of put that out there for in terms of context and issues you might have, or the neighbor might have. We did make a series of revisions based on feedback from the board. All in all, we did drop the overall ridge height of the structure. We are trying to maintain a hierarchy between the existing structure and this structure. So we were hesitant to drop it too much because we don't want there to be it to be incongruent, if you will, between those two structures. So we did drop it slightly. We made some minor window revisions. We also, in terms of the height, I would also say the massing, I would say. From the west elevation, when you pull up to the structure, again, this is when you're on the property, you've kind of traveled that 350 feet, in front of the house. The west elevation is what you'll see. We do have one-story additive masses to the right, but as far as the house, it does telescope away from the road. But to Val's point, what we did is we dropped this center ridge fairly dramatically. I think it's about 30 inches or so, and then also dropped this secondary additive mass. So we're kind of creating this, break, if you will, between these two kind of secondary masses. So again, to what degree this is even visible from Eel Point, which I think is going to be kind of hard to see, we did kind of make those revisions as well. We also minimized the amount of ganged windows where we could on the second floor. On the south elevation, you'll see we had a double unit on the second floor, which we reduced again, so that anything from the second floor up that may potentially be visible, which is even further from Eel Point Road, that we just omitted any ganged windows that we could. And we've just got a couple perspectives for you here. So with that, look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair.
All right, Matthew, thank you. Is anybody ready?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I know that there were abutters and you did receive comments in the past. I just wanted to make sure that if they're here, I'm not sure. Oh. I don't see any hands raised though, so.
Yeah.
There is a hand raised.
Come on.
Lisa Berger.
How come my little thing doesn't show that? Oh, got it. Okay, Lisa Berger.
Hi,
Is
this is
on-
Lisa Berger.
Oh, sorry, Berger.
That's
So
all
I'm
right.
sorry.
I'm the neighbor that Matt was talking about. We didn't really exchange emails. I reached out to him and shared my concern. I've also written the board 2 different times, once on the 29th and once on the 12th. My main concern is that he really hasn't reduced the height of the overall height at all. The original application was 28.1, and we're now talking about 28.7. So really hasn't, I don't know how that's lowering the height at all. In addition to that, the board had asked him to cut back the number of windows on the south elevation, and he basically cut 1 window out. We still have 23 windows and 8 doors. So that's my concern, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thanks. Matthew, can you address her concern about the decrease actually being an increase?
We actually submitted a revision and then realized that it was basically moving in the wrong direction. So the total reduction, there is a reduction from the last time that you've seen it till now of 6 inches. We did consider going lower, but then we started when we were concerned about the actual hierarchy between the two structures. And so that's why we revised it and only dropped it 6 inches. So it didn't increase. It did. The net decrease is 6 inches.
Okay. All right. Are we ready for the board?
I can start if you want.
Thanks, Abby.
I don't have very good things to say. I'm starting with the fact that the existing house is still on the site, right?
Yes.
And that the neighborhood, and that's how it evolved and grew, is that they were only allowed to have 2 dwellings on the site. So now this dwelling of 2,700 square feet is twice the size of the original building. I mean, I love the design, Matt. It's really very attractive building, but in its context, if the context is remaining such that it evolved, I think it's very heavy. It's a very big, massive building, and I'd like to see it reduced. And so those are my general comments. Thank
Okay,
you.
Abby, thank you. Who's next?
Well, I'll go because I agree
Alright.
with Abby.
Okay. Why don't you give us a few specifics?
I think I was just counting the windows on that one that is down as Thrasher Way. And I'm not sure if it's Thrasher Way or that's a road going up, but Thrasher Way, yeah, 4 Thrasher Way. This North Swift Dock Road goes from Heel Point over to Nantucket, and it goes through the boonies for sure. And I think that they are nice looking building that he has, but I think Abby's statement that there are windows all over, or somebody, that woman who lives here said the windows are too many, and it gives the impression of being quite a massive house, which I might find somewhat inappropriate at the beginning of North Swift Rock Road. You count the windows, and they are a lot. It's the simpler the facade, I think the better it fits in places like the Nantucket side of Eel Point and that area than the ones that sit right on the water across the way. Some of it needs to change a little bit and be less huge. That's what. Thank you.
Okay, Diane, thank you. Stephen, Val,
I'll go.
all right.
Can we zoom in on the west perspective, which is the upper, this is to the left? Yeah. One more click, please. One more. Do one more. Okay, so my concerns are, I agree with comments that have been made. I want to give a couple of specifics not related to the overall size. One is I don't think the roof walk is appropriate on a primary mast, which is probably one of the overall smallest, except for with regards to height, elements of the structure. Number 2, I think there's a meeting rail issue on these dormers. For now, and the railings I don't think are necessary or appropriate. It seems to be masking the overall height of those columns, but it doesn't seem to be adding. I'm not sure that it's appropriate. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Stephen, thank you. That would leave you, Val.
Yep. So, as I said, the first round, I appreciated a lot about this house, especially the use of some additive massing, which we frequently don't see anymore. I was a little shocked by only 6 inches of the overall height, since height was our main concern. I do, however, appreciate the connector piece being dropped more to make it seem more additive. I think my main concern, given the existing house is going to remain, is how are these two going to appear together, the composition on the site? It's going to seem like a massive, massive hotel. because the building that's there, although smaller than this, is a house of large stature. So maybe, I don't know if you did the first time, Matt, if there could be some sort of perspectives for us to see with the overall composition of all the structures on the site. And then I would just say, I know perhaps we can't see the first floor, but I do see there are places that there's an extraordinary amount of structure that may not be necessary. For instance, the rear, which is, I guess, the south, has a large porch, gable porch coming out from the piece that it's connected to, which is like 400 square feet. Somehow, if that could be mitigated, does it need to be a gable? Could it be a shed? Could it be something else? So I just think it needs to be reduced overall, and to see it with the other structures would be really helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Val. So to that porch that Val just pointed out, that is a concern of mine as well. It's an expansive porch that could be reduced in size. And I'm also in agreement with the board on the overall height of the building. I think 6 inches is not enough of a concession. Looks like we're looking at some revisions. May I have a motion?
That's my motion.
Okay.
Can I just to clarify, Mr. Chair, just because when I come back. So overall ridge height, the rear porch, I think that's something that we could completely, reduce. Again, I would just point out that a lot of that, what we're talking about, is not really going to be visible from a public way. But having said that, we'll focus on those 2 areas that you had mentioned. And then again, that existing structure, we can show you the relationship between those two. It is an existing structure. And again, to the client's credit, they didn't want to throw it in the dump. So we are kind of, I don't want to say stuck with it, but we kind of are. So just be mindful of that when we do show you how the relationship between those 2 structures.
Yeah, I think to Val's point, it would be nice to see how the whole thing is going to look together, if that's possible, and it seems that it is.
Mr. Chair.
That was you, Stephen, right?
Yeah, I just want to be succinct. I think the issue is greater than lowering the ridge height. I just want to be clear, number one. Number two, because Matt had said lowering the ridge height. I don't want to end up in a situation like we were on the last application. The other thing is, Matt, I'll say this, I've said it before, I'll say it again, not to be pointed, but to make the point. We do have the 3 attempts at making material changes, best practices, guideline, and rule. So I think we're looking for some pretty substantial changes on the next one in order to not have this. This will be the 3rd coming up, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, the first one was held basically for reviewing in ridge poles.
Yeah, but we did comment on the height. So I just want to point out that we have that. We need to be consistent, and you might want to check it out on our website. It's one of our best practices, and it's got some pretty significant consequences. So I just to broadcast that's out there.
Okay.
So the one thing I would say is just, I guess I would love the opinion of the board about this, where, we are trying to create a hierarchy. We are building a primary dwelling, and we do have this existing dwelling. And what we're trying to avoid is have a situation where the guest house, because of its original design, starts to compete. You can't really tell which one's the primary, which one's the secondary. And that's the one thing that we're up against. And I'm well aware that the board has asked for us to, drop the ridge height. But we did go through all the houses, in the area that we felt were of similar size and scale. We have examples. We kind of included those as part of our submission. So there are other structures in this area that are of this height or higher, number one. And number two, we're navigating a pre-existing condition of the site. So that's my only hesitation. That's the reason why we only dropped it 6 inches. It's not because we were ignoring you or not listening. It was more about the concern of going significantly lower. Does it then start to not look as if it's the primary dwelling?
Matthew, maybe looking at the buildings together.
Yeah. Okay.
That was Val's point. I think a couple people had made that point, actually. Okay, so we're looking for some revisions. May somebody make a motion for me, please?
Hold for revisions.
Thank you, Diane. On Diane's motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
and I'm in favor.
Thank you
Okay,
very much.
well, we're not through with you yet, Matthew,
Not yet,
right?
I know. I just wanted to say thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate your
Okay,
time on that one.
so Stephen is gonna entertain you for a little while.
For
Well,
32. For
Yes.
32 Pocomo?
Yes.
Yeah.
So with your permission, Mr. Chair, I'll just jump right in.
Sure, let me just announce your board. It's myself, Abby, Diane, Val, and Joe. Your alternates are Connie and Carrie.
Thank you. Okay, so this is a application for a simple gate. It's 32 Pocomo Road. There's an existing house and a barn on the property. We were before you previously with a gate. It was closer towards the road. We've shifted the gate back, and then we've actually revised the design. This was our first submission, which the columns were pretty substantial, and so the board asked us to reduce the posts, which we've done. This is the clouded version that we like and would prefer. We did do 3 other options for feedback if you did not feel that this one was most appropriate. But I would also just point out that it is set back fairly far from Pocomo Road. So I think that if you're driving down the road, you're really not going to see it unless you kind of turn your head and look specifically at it. That sounded still as I said it, but my point is it's not going to be a predominant feature that's right on the road. It is going to be set back inside the existing brush. So with that, look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Matt. Any questions for Matt on this before we get started? Who'd like to begin? Val?
I'll go.
Matt?
Matt, I guess it is a question. I'm sorry, Steve.
Okay.
Is it a solid fence or are there spaces in between the horizontal members? I just couldn't tell.
There's spaces between, and I'll zoom in here, but yeah, there's spaces. So we try to have a light background.
Okay, and it's natural to weather, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I think this is a much more appropriate scale. So thank you.
Thanks, Val. Let's see, Joe?
A more appropriate scale, and you did provide some options. I actually like option 2 if you were looking for an open gate because it has the other diagonal. I don't know what my fellow board members think, and I also like option 4. So I think proportionally it's better than what you had before, more appropriate, and being set back from the road is preferred. But I just noticed the overall height of this, and it's not it's 7'9" to the center point of that gate. And for some reason, I just assumed that we were looking at a gate that might be 2 feet shorter than that, like 5.5 feet or 6 feet to the center.
Yeah.
Maybe its distance from the road is okay. Maybe a 3D perspective would help convince me, but overall, it just feels a little tall, like 25% reduction or something in height. Those are my comments.
If I could, Mr. Chair, the reason for the height, and I agree, is it's the deer. They're pretty athletic. So that's the primary purpose of this gate.
Thanks, Matt. Diane? You there?
I think she said she loved it.
Oh, I didn't know you heard me. I see the gates and I think, just having lived here for a fair length of time, that you could have a 10-foot gate and the deer would find a way to get in. So I think 7 feet at the end of that, or the beginning of the driveway before it turns off a little bit is, I'd bring it down. They could put a wire across the way we've mentioned in other places so that they wouldn't, which would give them a little thing, but a 7-foot fence, as you look up there, is huge. And how much higher is that piece of land where the fence is going in? There aren't any numbers on the height of of the property, and I rather like one that's, if we could look at the fences again, could I go down to where the fences are? There they are. I think that that option 2 is certainly acceptable, and I think that 4 is also where you have the more, I don't know, I think 2 probably makes it lighter. The 4 would be pretty solid at 7 feet at the end of that driveway. I wonder what the height of that fence would really be at the break of the driveway. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Diane. Abby?
Yeah, I think one of the problems is that the posts aren't wide enough. I think, and it's making it really pinched. I think if you added, it says it's 14 something. I think if you added 2 more feet to that and sort of made it wider, right now it looks very chunky, and it doesn't look like the regular fences you see out there around Pulpus. I like the members that look like they're like 4 inches wide. The sort of the Union Jack size, but the thinner ones, I don't think you need them, and I think they're just adding too much fussiness. One more thing, I think the deer aren't going to crawl under. I think you don't have to bring that almost down to the ground. You could bring it up a foot, and that would take a bit of that massiveness out of the fence and make it a little more countrified. I think the portions are just a little bit off, and I think it's important enough to get it right. So because I think it is going to be visible. Thank you.
Thanks, Abby. Matt, so I'm good with the location. I think the height is probably okay, given it's some 50 or 60 feet off the road. And it's tucked in amongst the scrub on both sides. I agree with Diane with respect to number 2, and I think that that's a more traditional presentation. I agree with Abby with respect to it is a little bit busy, and perhaps the width, a slight increase in the width would help to address that and also change the perception of its height. And I think that the soft arch could become more of an angle, and that would also make it more traditional. Those are my comments. Do we have a motion for revisions?
I have a question, Mr. Chair, sorry.
Go ahead, Dale.
Matt, I see
Yes.
a note that says that the deer fencing was removed from the application,
Yes.
which was the wire in the post. So I'm a little bit confused about the actual use of this gate as a deterrent for deer. Are you going to add the wire back?
We would apply for it. I think that was the plan. We're just gonna think about exactly where it's gonna be placed, but that was our plan. I wanted to focus exclusively on the gate, but eventually we will need to come back to you with that deer fencing around the property.
Thank you.
Otherwise, we won't need a gate.
There you go.
I'll make a
Exactly.
motion to hold for a few revisions.
Okay, Abby, on your motion.
I'm an aye.
Dan,
Aye.
Al,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay, thank you. We're
Thank
gonna
you very
jump over to 85 Low Beach. Is Rich here? Oh, Rich.
I do not see Rich in the queue.
Okay. We are not gonna open this, but unless he shows up. But I do have a question. I don't know, Holly, if you're aware. We were gonna do a view on this, including, I'd suggested they leave the lights on. And those who could venture forth would go out there in the evening, because Val brought up what was a valid concern. Do you recall, did that ever happen? I don't recall seeing that.
I don't recall seeing anything, and it would have been
I don't.
from Esmeralda.
Hello.
Oh, Val.
Hello, Val.
I did go out there, and if I am not totally making this up in my brain, there were photos sent to us that they took at night with the construction lights on, and they came to all of us.
Okay, thank you. I don't recall seeing those. If those could please be recirculated, and for the next time, presuming Rich isn't here this evening, that would be good. Thank you. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Stephen. So now we're on to this view of February 6th. So I have a question. Because it's a view, I believe that means that it was an established board.
No, Mr. Chair, I had, that was one of my reviews, and I put it on a view. Remember back in the day, we used to have, when the agenda came out, there would be views, and we'd all go out and individually, of course.
Oh, like prior to anybody having any kind of deliberation?
Yeah, and I would just suggest that if you're reviewing for consent and you think a view is beneficial, let staff know to put it under view, because then we can go out and look at it and not waste a hearing. That's all.
Okay. So there is no established board. So I know Steve, no, Linda Williams is going to be repping this because Steve Thoreau and Tom Nevers has no connection. So Linda, are you there?
Mr. Chair, I'm going to step off for a bit. Can we get an alternate?
Yeah, sure. Let's see. Connie, I haven't heard your voice in a long time.
Mr. Chair, Steve Thoreau is here, and I just
Oh, he is.
unmuted him.
Okay. All right. So there it is.
Mr. Chair, can you activate another alternate?
Yeah.
Just give him a chance, that's all.
Yeah, sure. So let's see, Carrie and Connie. Stephen? Thoreau?
Yes, Mr. Chair,
That
I'm
is.
here.
Okay, you want to tell us what you're
Sure.
right.
The owner is proposing 2 parking spaces at his dwelling on 9 Orange Street. Is Mr. Cohen around as well?
Is who?
Mr. Steve Cohen, is he in the queue as well?
Mr. Chair, I believe he is.
Just raised his hand, Mr.
Yep.
Chair.
Allow to talk.
All
All
right.
right. Muted.
Steve Thoreau, do you want Steve Cohen to talk?
No, I just want to know if he was on queue listening, that's all. So the
All
owner's requesting 2 parking spaces on his lot at 9 Orange Street. We had authorized and hired Jeff Blackwell to work with the surveying team for us. We have located 2 parking spots on the lot, one of them an 8 by 20 and the other one a 7 by 14. As shown, could we see the plan of that, please?
Fiona's looking for it.
Thank you.
Holly, I do not see this on the view package.
It might be hidden.
I think it is.
It is.
Old business.
It's under new business.
Oh yeah, that's right. New business.
9 yeah.
Orange.
Under
Right there.
I got
There
it.
you
I got it.
So there's the lot, the survey lot from Blackwell and Associates. If we could scroll down even further. Here is the plan showing the 2 designated parking spaces. We are asking to remove a section of the existing fence in the front in order to allow the parking spaces to be placed on the lot. The parking spaces will be cobblestone strips with grass in between them. There's currently no displacement of any parking along the street because there is a no parking strip sign. If we zoom into the right-hand side where the dimensions of the entranceway is, you can see a no parking strip runs halfway down the street to almost the end of the lot closest to Main Street.
Okay.
Okay, so there's no displacement of existing parking. The owner just wishes to have 2 parking spaces on his lot rather than trying to find a place on Orange Street to park where he has no parking available in the front on Orange Street presently. That's pretty much what we're looking for. We have submitted all the historic data on the house. There's quite a bit. And I can open up to any questions anybody might have.
Okay. Thank you. Who is
Mr.
that?
Chair, Val, I have a question.
Yeah.
I thought we reviewed this fairly recently in the last
Yeah,
year.
it seems like we have. It's very, very familiar to me.
Mr. Chair, may I?
Yeah.
So yes, you're not seeing things. You definitely looked at this. It was done, my understanding, from the previous owner. This is new owners, and they've actually taken in, to hire consultants and professionals to go through this process instead of just the homeowner trying to do it. So yes, you did see this before. And I think that they took in the considerations that you opined on last time.
Okay. Well, why don't you continue, because I was going to call on you anyway, Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, for the record, this is a contributing typical Nantucket, the Peleg Cogshell house. He was a cooper. It was built in 1774. And we do have, as Steve said, there's an extensive history in here, but I did want to mention that the HDC survey on file is in the process to be updated with our MHC CLG grant funding that we've received. This is actually technically within our Fish Lots neighborhood survey area, and will be in our last batch for our historical commission to review. Of course, part of the Fish Lots that was laid out in 1717, and Orange Street itself was laid out in 1726. So this is obviously a very significant part of our downtown. So this is the second time you've seen this proposal for the driveway. And I'm glad that they have enlisted Steve. Their proposal includes 2 cobblestone tracks with with a new brick walk. I had a question for Steve through you, Mr. Chair. Does that mean that the existing brick walk is to be relocated? The existing fence along Orange Street will be removed. So does that change? That does change the character of the streetscape. However, I did want to notate that it wasn't clear of the proposed brick of the bonding, if it's going to be the existing running bond or if it's going to be something else. I would highly recommend to retain the existing running bond and not some sort of herringbone pattern. And then my biggest question was, and I'm glad that there's a detailed plan before you, how does this proposal affect the existing granite curbing? A lot of the granite curbing within the Fish Lots in downtown is at least 200 years old. Not saying that this particular stretch is, but it could be. And will it be recessed into the ground? They know that when they go through the curb cut process with the DPW, that any material that there is existing that's not going to be reutilized for the curb cut does need to go back to DPW. But retaining that character, I think, is important, and to show that there is a driveway here. But retaining that granite, I think, would be nice. But trying to understand that, I couldn't really understand that on the plan. And then with the addition of the corner rounding, is that new material or is that going to be utilized as the existing granite? There is a difference in age. I think that's important to make sure it's consistent. And then as a planner, and which is in me, I had brought up the logistics of having a driveway within a fire lane. Obviously, they're not getting away a parking space, which is great. However, I do know the fire lane is there from an assembly perspective with the church next door. I had more concern on the telephone pole that's being there. I think that it's not going to hinder that at all, but I just want to bring that up. And I will notate that I was copied on an email from town administration, Erica specifically, who said that with this proposal, because there is no on-street parking right now, this doesn't have to go to the traffic safety work group, which actually was a question that I had. So that's a good thing that they're here before you for their curb cut approval. And I would love those questions to be answered. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Ollie, thank you. Mickey.
Yes, so, this driveway will put cars within inches of the front stoop of this house. And it's a house that was built in 1774. It's a very old historic home. The cars parked there are gonna block the view of the front facade. There really is no precedent downtown in the OHD for having let alone a driveway or cars parked right in front of an old historic home. And I know this is a little unique because it's set back from the street, but it's still a historic house. And you don't want to put modern cars in front of a historic home. It'll also affect the views as you're coming up Orange Street looking toward the historic, Unitarian Church, which is a well photographed and, well-known historic church. So it'll have a similar detrimental effect to the church. So I don't think that these are appropriate. Thank you.
Okay, Mickey, thank you very much. Now I want to make sure that I have my board correct. Abby and Diane, you're still on as regular members, correct?
Correct.
And Val and Stephen had stepped off. So I brought in Connie and Carrie.
Oh, I didn't step off. I'm on.
Oh, maybe Abby stepped off.
Am I on this? Sorry.
Well, no, I'm confused because I thought two people jumped off, and so I brought in two replacements, but is it only one that we're looking?
No, Abby had said she wanted to step off.
Oh, so Abby, are you stepping off or not?
Yeah, I can definitely step up.
Okay. So then we have myself, Val, Diane, Connie, and Carrie. Okay, there we have it, folks. Let's hear from the board.
Mr. Chair, did you want me to answer Holly's questions first for the board?
Holly's questions?
Yes, regarding the brick walkway, the curb cutting and stuff like that.
Sure, briefly.
Thank you. The existing bricks will be reused in the new brick walkway. It's being pushed over to the closer to Main Street by a couple of feet. The pattern of the bricks will be the same. The bricks will be reused to create the walk. The curb cuts that you see before you will be used from the granite, the old granite that will be removed from the center portion where the driveway is going into the street area. If we could scroll down quickly to comment about Mickey's house. This house, there was a large house in front of this house previously back in the 1800s. If you could scroll down to some of the other photographs from the earlier 1800s, this house was never seen really from the street coming up that street due to the fact that there was, no, keep going. There was a huge house in front. Yep, go back. Yes, you see the house right there, right behind the lady in the street? That house existed in front of this house, which dwarfed this house incredibly. It was never seen in view on coming up Orange Street until you almost got past it. So I hope that addresses that question, and thank you very much.
Okay, Stephen, thank you. Board members, are we ready?
Yeah.
I'll go if you want.
Sure, Val.
So I feel for people who need a parking space. I really do. And by the same token, I understand where Mickey's coming from, but I appreciate this application because it is significantly different from the prior application we had. It's keeping most of the lawn that's there, which is not a whole lot, but keeping that green space and using the cobble strips, I think is very sensitive. And maybe the solution is a compromise, one spot.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then for Stephen, when we circle back and he can answer questions, will the fence be made to look like a fence when it's not being used as a driveway? You know, move back into place like some people do?
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that it, Val?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Who's next?
I'll go.
I can go. Oh, sorry,
Let's-
Diane.
Let's do Diane, yeah.
The it's the original building going down Orange Street may be not seen so much because it's set back, but it's next to the church, and it is seen coming up, walking, people going to church. It's been there, and we just heard that the DPW will take back to the DPW the granite and not leave it to be used again. I think these things need to be looked out. I wouldn't make being next to the church is a problem. Isn't there, Ray, isn't there a whole parking lot in behind the church and this house?
Not that I'm aware of.
Mm-mm.
I mean, there's a parking lot for the other church back there
Yeah.
on Fair Street, but not this church. I don't think so.
Well, it's I would hate to put all the parking in the front. If you could reduce it down to the one parking with the strips of brick or whatever, that would be good. But I think to sort of totally wipe out the 1700 house for two parking lots is not what we really should be considering as keeping the old historic area as it was. So I think if you could do one, not cut into that granite curb so much, it's difficult because you've got church, and the church meets more than just on Sundays. So it's sort of always under some sort of tension there. And one spot strips, and there's a picket fence that goes all the way down between the buildings till it gets to the end. And I'd like to know what behind the Unitarian Church. I was under the impression that there was a parking area where these people used to park 10 years ago. That's all.
Okay, Diane, thank you. Connie, I think you were next.
Yes, and I think I can answer. There's a house behind the church because I cut through there to get to Fair Street, I think it is. So I don't think there's any parking, but I can appreciate the need for parking. I am down the street on 79 Orange, and in the summertime, it's very difficult to find a spot. But I don't think these two spots are appropriate, and I like the idea of a compromise with only one, with the grass and the cobblestones, perhaps. Thank you.
Connie, thank you. Carrie?
I agree one spot. I just can't quite figure out about the fence because I think the fence has so much to do with the way this sort of works with the church. And I wonder if the parking spot should be within the fence with gates like we did up on
Winter Street.
Winter Street. That's right. I think Rob anyway, so I think one spot away from the house, but incorporating the fence and a gate so it can be shut open when there, so it can really appear to be what it is now, but just with a track for one car. But I also don't think you should introduce cobblestone. I think it should be brick and just keep it really simple with the walkway and the strips. And there's a lot of brick there already. I think we should keep it that way.
Okay, Carrie, thank you. I'm in agreement that two spaces, particularly the legal code spaces, and that, we all know that cars don't need that much space to park. Combined with Mickey's point about it literally running right up to the post of the staircase, I would want to see it cut back so that there's space between the car and the house. And I like Carrie's idea. Those gates would, I think, need to be in-swing gates, so they're not swinging out into the walkway, which would mean that there should be enough space that the car can come in, the gates can be closed, But I like the one space alternative. That's all I have to say. Should we move this one?
I don't know whether you want to.
Stephen Thoreau has his hand up, and so does
Steve-
Steve Cohen.
Okay, go boys. One of you.
We certainly can keep the character of the fence in front, create a gate system there so that the fence can continue as it is and how it exists currently. And beyond that, I'll let Mr. Cohen speak.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. So, I think all of the board's comments are fine. The need for two spaces was really driven by the Traffic Safety Committee. And as Holly said, since we don't have to meet that requirement, we do have some flexibility here. So, I think we can go back and make some revisions based on the commission's comments. I guess the one question I have is, I believe the prior owner had applied for brick and that was one of the concerns that the commission had raised, was they wanted cobblestone. So is there some consensus as to which is a preferable material?
Well, Carrie has expressed her opinion. I didn't mind the cobblestone personally, but I mean, we are a board of 5 here.
Okay.
I respect your opinion, Ray. I kind of like the cobblestone as more informal.
Okay. Diane, any opinion on that? Just
I think it's a bit, if we move to one of the parking spaces away from the front porch of the house, and if we're only having one, we could put it in the middle of anywhere there, so that you moved it back from the house, so the view was good as you came by. You could see over the car space. You could have some greenery up around the house.
Diane?
Yes.
Diane, sorry to cut you off, but the question from Steve Cohen was, what do you prefer, brick or cobblestone?
I think cobblestone, that's what I was getting to, would be
Oh,
good.
okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you. We'll take a motion for revisions based on those comments. That's all very helpful.
Can
I'll
somebody
make a motion
All
for
right.
revisions.
Diane has made that motion. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a procedure question? In the January 30th section, I don't believe that 50 Squam Road was raised.
January 30, what?
I think you might have skipped over 50 Squam Road.
It isn't on this agenda, Stephen.
Not on this
It got
agenda.
updated.
It was on the agenda and then it got deleted.
That's a possibility.
Yeah,
it's on my agenda.
I printed the agenda and it's on. I'm physically looking at it. It's on it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
have it too.
Sadly, Stephen, the agenda that I'm looking at, which was the one that came this afternoon, did not have it.
But we had
It got cut?
asked
Okay,
at
well,
the
I'm not sure
last
why that
meeting
happened, but
for better
It
pictures
wasn't,
and better information, and it was not included, so,
okay, well, I'll
Okay.
yeah.
communicate with the staff tomorrow. Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Chair, I just want to comment on that. So
That's Fiona.
last week's meeting, Steve asked for proper, all the photos were black and white and they were requested in color. And I did try to call the applicant today, but I couldn't get through. So we had to pull it from the agenda.
Okay.
Okay, Fiona, I'll talk to you tomorrow about it. This is Stephen. We'll
Okay,
make
no
sure we get,
problem. No
thank you.
problem. Bye.
Thanks, everyone. All right, so now we're going to move along to new business of February 6th. First item of which is Town of Nantucket, 19 Waite Drive. Never heard of it.
It's behind 4 fairgrounds.
Okay, so do I have my board? Who is on, who's off? Regular board?
Regular board.
Yeah,
Okay, there it is. Let's move forward. Do we have somebody to rep?
The town. Oof.
Mr. Chair, I just brought him over.
Okay.
Parker.
Okay,
Says J and J Construction.
yeah. I'd like to keep this moving along.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Your name for the record, please.
My name is Parker Hellwig, representing J&J Contractors.
Okay.
And we're working for the town in Nantucket for a seasonal housing project that they put out to bid. And we were the successful contractor.
Okay. So here we are.
Yes. So the premise of the structure is a seasonal housing building in a dormitory type fashion to support some of the municipal seasonal employees that come in to support the town. It contains approximately 22 rooms, some being one on each floor being an apartment style, and the other being multi-use dorm rooms with just bathroom facilities inside. The overall, do I need to be sharing the presentation, or does someone have it up right now?
We'd prefer if you shared the screen. So you can walk us
It
through.
says someone else is sharing right now, but I don't see that.
Sir, we're sharing the screen. If you want to share, we will unshare, then you'll have to.
Yes, I can do that. Thank you. Sorry. My screen was actually blank, so I couldn't see what you were all seeing. Yes, so we presented a few renderings of the overall structure, tried to create the overall design to fit it in with just a historic kind of general look with natural cedar shingles on the side, all white trim. We know this is a large structure, so we did what we could to try and break up that front profile, as well as doing a dropped ridge line along the length of the building to try and just again break it up and fit it in a little bit more naturally. Yeah, the walk construction is a new road that was developed recently. This is back behind the public safety building. There's very few structures directly adjacent to this building. We did include some photos at the end of the current site, which I'm happy to share. So I think behind us is a small retail shop and I think a mixed use.
Are we looking at the backside of Amelia Drive there?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I could if you'd like, I could show you on the GSI exactly where this structure is. So I think there's, yes, let me just get to it. So here is the public safety building where my cursor is right now.
Mhm.
And then Watt Drive is being developed, and does connect over onto Amelia Drive as well. And the lot where this building is going is kind of straddling 15, 17, and part of 19 for where the structure is actually going to be placed.
Let's take a look at the elevations.
Sure. So this is the front elevation from Watt Drive.
It's 33 feet tall.
Correct.
Our height is 30.
Let's continue around.
Sure.
We're running out.
This would be the, sorry. Okay. This is one of the side elevations.
What's that roof pitch?
I believe that's a 512.
Okay.
We do need stairwells from both floors to create that second means of egress by code. So that's why the structure is on the side there. And then there's a small doghouse that leads down to an exterior access for the basement.
Okay.
And then this would be facing the new parking lot for the tenants. This would be the rear of the building, just a little more plain. Not as many setbacks with the overall design, just it shouldn't be as viewed or as visible. And then the opposite side, which would be kind of heading down towards Tacoma, is where you would see this as you drove up.
Okay. Anything else?
I didn't know if we needed to go through the floor plans or.
Nope. We don't need to.
So no.
Okay. Should I send it to the board? We ready?
Unless anyone has any questions or comments, yeah, I'm happy to share it to the board.
Okay. Who would like to begin?
I'll go.
Thanks, Val.
I looked at this before and had written down some thoughts that I had, so I'll share them with you. And to the young man presenting to us, my comments are meant to foster this design till it relates to its surroundings. It's not meant as an affront or a criticism.
Thank you.
So it's true that the Mid-Island area is evolving, but there's also an established neighborhood. And the immediately outlying structures in this area, for the most part, with the exception of the police station, are residential. And it is my understanding, I think before us recently came some housing for this street as well for Habitat for Humanity, and those were all duplexes. So there is nothing of this size or context in the area, even though it is a mixed use area. I think that's your biggest challenge because you are straddling commercial and residential, but it is important for us to also keep what's around it, what it has been as well. So you have to be sensitive to the surrounding residents. And so I noticed the height is 33, which according to the Mid-Island Overlay District, which is something that is a zoning ordinance or allowance, is 40 feet. However, this board has not typically approved anything of that height. Even the Stop and Shop and the other housing project that came for review maintained a 30-foot height, which is our max that we had forever. I would suggest the roof pitch is not acceptable. Our least roof pitch for a gable is 7 and 12. And my suggestion is a couple of things. One is to break it up more. The rebates on this structure, as big as it is, are only 3 feet. So even though it does look like it gives some interplay, it's really not additive massing. And the wide gable as a 5 pitch is not working here. I would suggest using some basement space, a garden level with some windows, like Beacon Hill, to make up some of the space if you lower it. And to add some 1-story and 1.5-story massing, not just porches, to sort of ground the structure and make it relate more. So those are my comments.
Thank you very much, Val. Who's next?
I'll go.
Okay, Diane.
I agree with a lot with what Val has said. I wondered when you received this request, did you get an idea from the town of Nantucket people that there was books to tell you how to build with Nantucket in mind, or what we liked in and around an area? This is not the old historic district, but it is a very specific neighborhood in the middle of the island. And it is got its own age and its type of houses. And it's important not to push other areas into this area. It should maintain its originality that we're trying to do. And Val told you specifics like a 5 and 12 roof and all that stuff. I'm trying to give you the opinion of what people see as part of it. So it's something that should come in front of us on other times, or listen to our agendas, so you can get an idea of what we want to see and what is acceptable for building in Nantucket. And you have lots to learn, and it's not a bad drawing that you've come up with. It's just making it fit into the area. And thank you very much.
Okay, Diane, thank you. We have Stephen and Abby left, and myself.
I'll go.
Thanks.
Okay, so let's see, where to begin? I think clearly height is going to be the point of contention. You already heard. I believe, just for clarification purposes, and obviously going to need to look into this, this isn't in the MyPod, it's in the town overlay district, and it's part of CN zoning. So the height, the maximum required height is actually 30 feet. So out of the gate, if that's correct, you're up against a 3-foot height excess. I think there are some ways to address that. Val mentioned garden level space. I don't know with respect to the site plan how much space you have for that, but it does create quite a bit more living space in one of the cheapest areas to build, which is the basement, without compromising the quality of life if the fenestration and natural lighting is done correctly. Those aren't our purview other than getting the height down. And so that's on that. Mud sill would be effective. And the other thing we've used and had deployed great success are hipped roofs. And those would be more in keeping with these low pitches. Or if they were to be steeper pitched, I would look at something with some clipped gables. Window, door, and sizes slightly overscaled to help soak up some of the perception of the height and the width are typically successful. This as presented, I think a little bit more emphasis on corner boards, widths of corner boards to play off a Greek revival type of a presentation is important. Let me see here, elevation wise. I think that's probably more than enough to chew on. One of the things I would suggest is, or request, is on your elevations, your vertical lines, they don't look like section lines to me, but the annotations on the elevations, just get rid of them. It muddies up the presentation in terms of HTC's typical, what we typically review and how we typically review it. don't think it's working to your advantage, and definitely request those be removed. If you look at, let me see here, your rear elevation, you can see what I'm talking about pretty clearly. Also ask that you go ahead and label rear elevation is fine, but give us the cardinal points on those elevations. And it's interesting, this came up at planning board recently, and it was suggested that in relation to having a height exception given certain affordable housing. And what was brought up was the concept of a preliminary design review that involved a planning board designee and an HDC designee, so that a contractor doesn't get too far along investing before they come up with some sketch drawings and they involve the HDC and obviously the planning board. So I think that probably would have been a nice thing to have in place, but different topic, somewhat related. We'll see how things evolve. Those are my comments for now, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Stephen.
Oh, I'm sorry. One other item, please. After I dangled, moving on. I think that there's room here too for lowering the top plate on the second floor, and between that, maybe hip roofs, a mud sill. I think that there's some room to be working with what's here. I do think a more successful plan would be to break this building up, but I understand that there are economies of scale that town's working on. I think it's important, however, to keep in mind comments that were made that this does need to have a residential presentation. What I mean by that is, as opposed to dormitory style, having it look just a little bit more akin to single family dwellings. And that's where I think the comment of breaking it up came in initially. So those are my comments for now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Stephen, thank you. Abby.
Yeah, I agree with everything that's been said as far as to just really look at what's in the neighborhood right now and the scale. I think this might be broken up into maybe even 3 buildings. Might have one that was a story and a half, trying to fit it into the neighborhood. So that it sits well there. So not everything else has been said, the height, the massing. So
Okay. The only things I have to add, and I wholeheartedly agree with everything that's been said. The side elevation with the egress, as far as I know, has no windows, zero, no windows. You know, it violates almost every single rule in the HTC guidebook, which if you haven't looked at, you might want to do that. Yeah, look, the roof pitch that's just way less than we ever approve. The fenestration, the height, all of that. So can I have a motion, please?
I'll make
I
a
make
motion
motion.
for revisions.
I'm yes, go ahead, Stephen.
I did want to make one quick comment.
Yeah.
It's not built yet, but and we did spend a lot of time on it, but Tacoma Green is literally maybe 100 yards from this, 150. So,
Yeah, and that's a project that we reviewed and approved.
yeah, no, I'm just saying it just with respect to the overall size.
Yeah.
Just to mention it, because it is something that was, it is a larger scale than a single family home. That's it. And my motion was to hold for revisions.
Okay, so the motion is to hold for revisions on that motion. Abby,
I'm an aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, see you next time. 19B Hummock Pond Road Barn.
If I actually, I'm sorry, I was hoping to just address a few comments just with some.
No, we already voted. 19B Hummock Pond Road. Do you have anybody to rep this?
I'm looking, Mr. Chair.
It says self. Oh, that would be Catherine Kinsella.
The plans were really hard to read in every way.
Should we hold this for rep?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're
No,
gonna
they're
pass.
here, Mr. Chair.
They are
I brought
here?
her. Yep, they are. Just trying to get her to unmute for him. Sorry. Has to unmute.
John McLaughlin at this juncture would say we have 80 applications left to go. So where is this person?
Daniel Kinsella, trying to unmute him, but he's not unmuting.
Okay, Mr. Kinsella, please unmute.
Mr. Chair, we're up around 49 at the moment.
Thank you. Oh, he's got his hand raised.
And I'm going to sit off this one if you don't mind.
Listen, Daniel, unmute really quickly. Okay, here's what I want to do. I want to move on to the next one because I know that Stephen is here. When Daniel unmutes, we can come back to him. Okay, so Arthur Reed Trust. Stephen, you're off, right?
John.
Stephen, jeez, I'm tired. Do we have Stephen Thoreau? And Stephen Welch is sitting off of this, right?
Right.
Stephen Thoreau, are you there?
I am here.
All right, great. Thank you, Stephen. Okay, let's go. 19 Monomoy Road. Let's put Joe Paul on this one. Regular board plus Joe Paul. Stephen, go. Stephen.
Mr. Chair, does Holly have anything to say prior to me speaking, or do you want me to, does she have to comment?
What?
Does Holly have to comment first, or do you want me to go?
You can go, but I'll save it and say I had no concerns with this application. Sorry. Go ahead,
Okay.
Steve.
Okay, thank you. This is for a fence around the property in the rear of the yard of 19 Monomoy. And it's also for new planting, retaining walls to reduce the amount of retaining walls that are there in the current planting. The retaining walls are there falling apart as they're all wood, and we're going to be replacing them. So we're actually reducing the amount of retaining walls and planting on the new plan versus the proposed plan. If we look at the house, we can see in the photographs that it's not visible from Monomoy Road. It's a densely wooded area. There's a thin, long driveway up to the house. You can see the guest house on the left, the main house on the right. The hedges near the pool represent where the planting beds are being located. If we could scroll down a little bit, I did an overlay plan showing you the reduction of the amount of things. There's the aerial view from the drone from the street, the amount of planting that's in place. And if we come on down, that's what it used to look like in the backyard with the trees. The pool is existing. And if we go to the plan, if we could, Fiona, please. That's the existing backyard vegetation. Plan should be like an overlay plan, A5 or A4.
Up or down, Steve?
I'm not sure. Let's go down. Here's the old, yeah, the old stuff. That's probably up there. Here we go. So that's one. Continue down a little bit.
Go into settings.
Yeah.
Okay, somebody's talking. Stop. Somebody other than Stephen is talking.
There's the new fence building we're proposing. Continue, and it's a wire fence and planting.
Stephen, is the only thing you're proposing is just a new fence?
No, no, there we go. We're planting beds to replace the old planting beds. That's all. Retaining walls to replace the old
And the
planting
fence is, I think I just saw a detail of it.
The fence is a wire fence with planting around it. And the beds are
Fiona, if you can scroll down, it'll show us the fence.
That's the fence at the
That.
end of the pool area. It's a wire fence at the end of the pool because it's higher than 4 feet to the grade there. The beds are stepped, so they're not full height. They're stepped down so they are only 2 feet tall, and they run around the perimeter of the existing patio that's there.
So Stephen, you showed a fence around the perimeter of the back of the property on the property line. Is this the pool fence you're talking about?
The detailed number 2 partial elevation of the pool fence is on the back side of the pool, near the equipment. The other fence is just a wire fence running around the perimeter of the property to satisfy the code requirement, and that's got planting on each side of it.
If it's right on the property line, that means you're planting on your neighbor's property?
No, it's inside. There's existing planting there now. We're putting it there, and we're going to plant in front of it again.
Fiona, could you go back to the site plan that showed the blue fence line? Right there.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's set in from the property line.
Yes.
Okay. Have you said your piece, Stephen?
I have, thank you.
Okay. What do we have to say, board members?
Well, I'm glad he explained that because I was thinking the fence that has the detail is the fence that was going around the entire property.
So did I.
And I'm glad to hear that the planting that's existing is remaining and the fence will go inside of that. So I think this is an appropriate application.
Okay. Val, thank you. Who's next?
I'll go.
Go ahead, Joe.
I agree with Val. Even though we can't see it, I appreciate that we're not looking at a vertical timber wall and now it's going to be terraced and it seems like it's going to be softened quite a bit. So I'd be fine with this if the site plan was annotated to describe what this blue fence is, because I thought like Val that we're wrapping the whole property with a cable
right
fence. So I guess I have no concerns with that fence clarification.
Mr. Chairman, it isn't annotated on the plan, right where the arrow is placed.
Oh,
Stephen,
okay.
Stephen, I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Oh, sorry. I said it is shown on the plan where the arrow, Fiona had the arrow.
That's right. Yeah, I can read it.
But it does say wire fence, so thus the confusion, because we saw a detail of a wire fence that has these big posts.
I understand. Thank you.
Let's see. So that was Joe. Abby? Okay, who's feeding that?
Hi. So it's so
We're losing it.
Okay.
Don't hear say anything.
Abby,
Am I okay?
you are. Somebody had 2 devices on at the same time. Okay, go ahead.
All right. I just want to know, I hate to be redundant, but the blue new fence line is a wire fence?
Just wire, no, not the detailed thing that you saw on the other page.
And the Sandwich Road corner is a paper road? Or is that a real road?
It's a real road, but it's planted out so you can't see it if we looked at the aerial photographs.
Okay, so right at that corner, you're saying that's going to be completely planted out?
It is now, yes.
Okay, because it looks awfully like it's right on the corner there. Okay, it's extensive, but I have nothing else to say.
Okay, let's see. Diane, right?
Yeah. Could I get straight? If you could do it driving to Monomoy Road and you come to Brewster, Sandwich Road is a little road that goes up off Monomoy towards the Milestone Road. And I was wondering, what is the what's the real address of this piece we're looking at?
Brewster Road. Monomoy Road, sorry, 19 Monomoy Road is the correct address.
19 Monomoy. Well, that's interesting. Where does it hit Monomoy?
It doesn't.
Yeah. Well, I would like to see a picture drawing or something of the fence that's going to go around the pool. And what
There is a drawing of a fence that's going around the pool, and the fence that's going around the perimeter, the blue, is wire. Is just wire.
Just an old wire fence.
Wire fence they bury into privet and stuff. Yeah.
Just regular.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's it. It's a funny road. You won't see very much of it. You may see it's sort of like 33 Monomoy as you drop down to Brewster and the rest of it. So I don't seem to have any problem with that fence. So we'll see what people come up with. I think they've cleared the fence. If they don't remove the plantings around it, it'll be okay.
Thank you, Diane. I actually have a suggestion. If there's any doubt about seeing this wire fence, maybe we should make a motion that is similar to the motion that we make for pools, which is wire fence will not be visible from a public way at the time of inspection or thereafter.
Good idea.
Then
I think that's smart because we're seeing deer fence pop up everywhere.
Yeah, and so this
with big posts.
This will ensure that if there will be vegetation that from the outside that will screen this fence and we're covered in the same way that that language helps us with pools.
Absolutely.
So, shall we do that?
Yes, we should make that a motion.
You want to try?
Yes.
All right. So Diane has made a motion that this is approved with the condition that the wire fencing will not be visible at the time of inspection or thereafter. That's Diane's motion. On Diane's motion, Joe.
Aye.
Val.
Aye.
Abby.
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. There you go, Stephen.
Thank you, guys. Have a good night, okay?
Good night. Did we ever hear from Kinsella? Are they unmuted yet?
No.
No. Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Wait, I just
we
heard
did
a
have a minute.
Wait, hey.
Hello?
Okay, one person at a time.
Yep.
First of all, stop. Everybody stop. Everybody stop. Okay. Holly, you're having bandwidth issues. We can't hear what you're saying. Now, I believe that somebody saying hello was the applicant for 19B Hummock Pond Road. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. Your name for the record, please.
Daniel and Catherine Kinsella.
Very good. Okay, so
Thank you.
tell us what you would like to do at 19B Hummock Pond Road, and Fiona will get the drawings and so forth up on the screen for us. There they are right now. There it is.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the board. We apologize for not being able to unmute before and trying to get in and get our application heard.
Hey, Zoom's tough. Don't worry about it. Let's just hear what you're interested in doing.
So what we're proposing today is a 30 by 20 foot barn, which is set about 200 feet back off the road.
Mm-hmm.
You won't be able to see the structure with the curvature of our driveway and the established landscaping and the new planting.
Okay.
It's on our private property. We are looking for barn and batten board. Many people have it around us, including our neighbor.
Okay.
And that is all we have to say. If you have any questions, please
All right.
fire away.
Great. So let's scroll down and take a look at the elevations. I looked at this briefly and Val looked at it briefly, so we're familiar. Was this, is this the one that was gonna have the metal green roof?
Yes, that's what we're asking for.
So my concern was, I shouldn't be speaking first, but I'll just say that it's a very straightforward barn. My only concern was that you don't typically see green metal roofs. Is this something that we're going to be able to see from a public way?
No, it would be impossible to see from a public way.
Okay.
I mean, we're surrounded by our neighbors and a graveyard. And like I said, we got a narrow
The
driveway.
tombstones are generally not as tall as your roof.
Okay. 200 feet from the main road.
Okay.
And we got a curvature driveway, and it's all pretty much well-established landscaping.
And from the graveyard side, our original dwelling would hide the barn.
Okay. So maybe we should go to the site plan. And so folks, who do I have? Is Stephen back?
Yeah.
Yes, me. Val.
Yes, Val, go ahead.
So my main concern was the drawings were very hard to read. I couldn't, tell door or window sizes or anything like that. And exactly, for instance, I think it says north elevation. What I'm looking at when I'm looking that way is that the pitched roof, the shed going up, and if that's it, there's no doors or windows on that side, but it looks like it's a porch or something. So I was a little confused. And
that's correct. It's a lean-to.
Well, should we take a look at those elevations?
It'd be good.
There they are. Okay, so it's a lean-to that's in the back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
okay. So it was just that they were hard to read, and I don't think the green metal roof is appropriate, but what I would say to the applicant is once it's framed up, if in fact we cannot see this structure, then perhaps we'll consider it.
Good idea.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So is that it, Val?
Yes.
Okay, comments from the rest of the board?
I'll go.
Yep.
Drawings are clarified. Any questions I had? I would not be adverse to approving a metal roof on this. I'm not adverse to it being green if it's a dark green because, well, there is a historic green color called invisible green. And I don't think sky blue would be appropriate. I presume they're going to need to get an order in advance. And given the fact that its location, again, just to be clear, I don't have a concern about the metal roof. If there's a concern about the color, I would suggest perhaps we can approve. If there's approval for a metal roof, we approve it, and then we square away the color once we can determine visibility.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. Let's see. Abby, Diane, right?
I'll go.
Yep.
I don't have any problem with the barn being there. A barn is a natural building. We don't have to hide it. There's a new company that's been saying what they have for metal roofs that is quite interesting and might be worthwhile looking into. I think that I don't know what the barn is being used for, but I think that it might be able to have a few more windows in it. And see whether it's that ridge metal type of roof they want, or roof tiles, metal roof tiles, whatever. But I think it's tucked away inside there to see anything with the first floor. So it would just be the roof. And by that time, we ought to be able to make a decision. That's it.
Okay, Diane, thank you. Abby?
So what, on the north elevation, where you have got that shed coming, the back part of the shed, what is that line right down the middle? What does that represent?
That represents the post to support the roof.
So I
Oh.
think it's, Abby, I think that it's an open porch.
I got
That's
it.
correct.
Yeah.
So you
So you're
might
just-
be missing a line on the sides there on the east and west. Is there a line that, so it's an
Yeah.
open porch, you might be just missing a line that goes across.
That's correct.
Okay, so that's porch and the door, so the barn doors are actually more like garage doors
That's correct, with barn pine, yeah.
that fold up, okay. And they are, what material are those barn doors?
They're barn pine to match the actual outskirt of the building, the outside of the building.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Abby, thank you. So the only concern that I have at all is the green metal roof, and Stephen put his finger on it because I'm thinking Kelly green, he's thinking invisible green. We don't really know what green it is. And we all know that there's a wide variety of greens out there. So I think this could go a number of different ways. We could either get a sample of the color green so that we know what we're approving, or we could approve this now with a shingle roof on it. And then once it's framed up, I forget who made this point.
Me.
Once it's framed up and we know that we can't see the roof, we kind of don't care what color it is, because we can't see it. So, I just put that out there, but I think that given what you told us, that the rest of this building really isn't going to be visible at all.
Can we make a suggestion?
Sure, of course, please.
Well, how about if we decide to go with a green asphalt roof, architectural asphalt roof, the dual black, to match the other two buildings on the property. Provide if you have an issue with the green roof.
We can certainly approve dual black. You know,
Okay.
that's a readily approvable color for us. Also,
make
it'll
that
allow you
motion.
to put solar panels on.
Yeah, that's right. They're coming up. But I'll make that motion to approve with the roof being changed to architectural
Dual black.
moire black.
There's one called dual black.
Dual
That's
black.
correct.
That's my motion.
Okay. So we're changing the roof from the green metal to dual black architectural. On that motion, Stephen?
I need clarification on the motion.
Sure.
Abby, you're going in to write this down, right?
Write it down in the office.
Yeah, it needs to get written down on the sheet of paper on the application.
I can try.
Well, I think our job is to do it. That's what we voted.
I'll do it.
Okay,
I'm
just
closer.
because we can't, I don't want to vote in favor and then this passes and then it just sits because we don't have minutes. That's all.
I hear you. Okay.
Okay, I'm an aye.
All right. So Stevens and I, Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, there you go, folks. And if you really want your metal roof, come back and we'll see if we can see it. And if we can't, you got it.
Please
All
come
right.
Thank you.
All
Thank
right.
you very much.
Thanks. But good night. Let's see. It's 20 after 3 nosegay. Do we have somebody to rep?
Mr. Chair, I understand that one was done last week.
You mean approved?
Yes.
Oh, there we go. Cross it off. How about, is Ben with us?
I do not see Ben in the queue.
Really? What the heck?
Well, we did have a school day, snow day today, so you never know.
Oh, okay. So no Ben, should we cross past that over?
I would.
Yeah.
I don't see anybody else.
Now why is 9 Orange Driveway here? We just
Wanted a second go if you didn't get it the first time.
no, that's what try it from both sides. Like, no, this is a different application. So we're
Or
gonna
a
cross,
driveway.
we're gonna cross that one off too, right? Unless I'm going completely crazy.
Yes, sir. Nope, you're
All
not
right.
going crazy.
All right. How about 5 Friendship? Anybody?
House up on the hill.
Anybody here for that? Please raise your hand.
Is there anyone like in the queue now?
There's a few people in the queue.
Okay.
Um,
How about Vincent Byrne, 1 Caroline Way?
I have a hand raised. That would be
All right, there
Paulo.
we go. You got to take her.
All right, I just unmuted Paulo.
Okay.
Unmute. There he is.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes,
We
we
can.
can. Very good. Okay, so you're here for 1 Caroline Way, right?
Yes.
All right, very good. So let's take a look.
So this is a previously approved shed. We made a couple revisions to the site and to the building. The shed used to have a kind of front to back 2 sliding doors facing south and north. There was an approved all wood patio in front of the shed between the pool and the shed. And we wanted to split that into 2 smaller stone patios with a wood deck between them. And then on the shed itself, we wanted to get rid of the north side sliding barn door, and add an exterior shower back there, and side facing east, where we wanted to add a glass sliding door into the shed, and facing again the north side, there used to be 2 little gates off those porches that didn't make sense anymore. The reason we made these, part of the reason we made these changes is we have no more MESA land to clear behind that shed, so that kind of front to back barn door didn't really gain us anything in the back there.
Okay, so let's take a look at the elevations. There they are.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
can we take a look at the site plan?
Mm-hmm.
Confusing.
And can I just, a question for you? This is existing scrub that's showing surrounding the structure?
Yes.
All the way up to Caroline's and out to Austin Lock?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I'm going to take the unusual move at 8:23 to make a motion, and subject to anyone having concerns to approve.
I do not. Is there anybody that has any concerns they want to voice on this one?
So this was on my consent, and because it was 28 feet and it was called a shed, I didn't quite get it. So that was my only, it looks more like a,
It's a semantic thing.
yeah. So I wasn't sure if it was filled in or what was going on. So, but otherwise I didn't have a concern.
Okay, so I think I'm going to entertain Stephen's motion to approve as submitted, right, Stephen?
Sure.
That's your motion? Okay, on Stephen's motion, Abby?
Yeah, I'm okay with it.
Okay, Diane?
At 28 feet?
28 feet long, not high. Yeah.
The shed is already approved.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah.
Just as wings.
Yeah.
Hey, okay, yes.
Okay, Diane's in, Val?
Yeah, aye.
Okay, and Stephen?
Aye.
All right, and I'm in favor too. There you go. That was easy, Paolo, wasn't it?
Yes, appreciate it.
Worth the
Okay.
wait.
All right. Now, 5 Grant is actually being repped by my office now, and I don't know whether Lisa is here.
It's 8:25.
You want to cut it? You want to
Well,
call?
she looks like she's in the queue.
She
She
is.
is?
She is.
Hey, Lisa, are you here? Can we hear you?
She is.
Steve, would
She's
you
in here
mind just
twice.
sharing this one?
Lisa? If you're talking, we can't hear you.
She's muted. I'm asking her to unmute.
We're trying to skate out of here with 4 minutes left on a Tuesday night. Just keep muted.
We're gonna have to get hand notice how to tell people by pointing to their lips that they're muted.
All right.
Lisa, I'm trying to ask you to unmute. Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Hey, it's almost 8:30. I wouldn't blame somebody for going to throw some taco meat on. It's Taco
Hey,
Tuesday.
hang on, guys. She can't unmute. Can I rep this?
No,
Lisa,
no.
I'm hanging up on you.
Why can't you? You can rep it if
Yeah, it's actually very straightforward. So this is a house that Lisa and I did 20 something years ago. And there's a guest house that used to be the main house. That's the piece that you see closer to Grant Avenue. And the house changed hands a few times. There was approval for a pool in that area between the house and the garage. And they want to put these folding doors facing, I think the cardinal point would be sort of northeast, i.e. the back. So if you look at the elevations, let's
not so fast.
Yeah, those are elevations of the house.
I'm going to cut to the chase, if I may, to the applicant's agent. Are these visible?
No, that's what I was getting at. They're on the back side of the guest house.
Holly?
That is not what's being applied for.
Oh.
Yeah, so these are not our drawings. They don't want those doors. There should be an application here for the guest house that should sliding doors like that on the back side.
Mr. Chair, my understanding, this is the only set of plans we have for 5 Grant.
Okay, I'm gonna pull it because Lisa's been texting me all this stuff. There's sliders now, wrong elevation.
Mr. Chair, can I chime in there? So
Yeah.
there was the main house and a guest house.
Yeah.
Oh, they pulled the main house, but then it was very confusing. They left the guest house and the agents for the guest house, I just told them to call your office. So I think there's some miscommunication there.
Yeah, because this main house thing is moot. Let's just.
Okay, so you'd like to hold this?
Yeah, because these are the wrong drawings. I don't know what they did.
We'll
Okay,
hold
so yeah.
We'll hold without prejudice.
Thank you. So do we need to approve minutes?
I think the last set we got, if Fiona.
Oh, there's none here. Stephen, there's none. It says approved.
Sadly, we don't have any for you to approve at this time.
Okay. Then there's only one possible motion that could
John
be made.
McLaughlin, motion to adjourn.
Okay, so thank you, John, on that motion. On John's motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
John,
Ondley, yes.
and I'm in favor too. Thank you all. Night, night. Sleep well.
Good night.
Thank you.
Good night. Good night.
Thank you all.